Give me one moment, guys. I'm just in the last stages of getting YouTube up and running. Okay, guys, back in YouTube. Hopefully, you guys can hear me and see the screen. Okay, another buyout, guys, is Very, V-E-R-Y. V-E-R-Y is another buyout, V-E-R-Y. We're good to go, Pepe? Okay, well, glad it wasn't too bad. 910, not too bad. All right, let me take a look at what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Interesting. We have quite a few more upgrades and downgrades this morning, even though the market is kind of doing what it's doing. What I'm looking for right now is some kind of an upgrade from maybe some price target that is going to be way above the current price. Or also, I'm looking for a stock that has been upgraded by multiple firms. There's the upgrade $54 price target put on ODD, odd, by Truist. So that is the only one that I see that has got a big difference between the current price and the upgrade target, and that is odd, ODD. Goldman has upgraded. Okay, they've upgraded AB. Let's take a look. But my guess is that it's already at the price. Yeah. Well, okay, they've upgraded it. Sorry, to 36.75. Yeah, yeah. Maybe you weren't listening. Yeah, Casa. Guidance also for odd. Upbeat Q3 report coming up or earnings. I think they release earnings in November. All right, now I'm going to take a look at some of the downgrades. The downgrade by for A, B, and B. So I thought somebody said it was an upgrade. Of course, that doesn't matter. I mean, one firm can have an upgrade, another firm can have a downgrade. Downgrade, Raymond James for SunPower, SPWR. KWEB, okay, let's take a look at KWEB. What is China doing this morning? China's not doing well this morning. Boy, look how choppy China has been over the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now today. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Done. Okay, your upgrade for Airbnb is done or off. One moment, please. Why is the Warby, I don't know, let's take a look at Warby. I know that had a downgrade, I think. I think downgrade, for Warby, WRBY. Yeah, I don't know. No volume, that's why, 12,000 shares, so actually, it was an upgrade. Warby's an upgrade by Evercore, sorry, with a $20 price target. Okay, well, there's one. There is one. Should have checked a little more closely. $20 price target put on it by Evercore. So when you look left on the weekly chart, the next high is 1664. Again, when we talk about these upgrades and downgrades, it doesn't mean they're going to get to those prices, but intraday, depending how much weight Evercore is going to have. Now to look at the sectors, guys. Now, the sector I don't often look at because, I don't find it that interesting, but wow, it's pretty interesting now. Well, first of all, let's take a look here. So what we're seeing here, these are the major sectors. And as I said, the market is, well, you can see what the SPY is doing. See what the SPY is doing pre-market. We're in positive territory up here. And then since, what time is that? 6:30 Eastern time, we've been in a steady downcline. So having said all that, these are the major sectors. So there's XLE, the major ETF for energy. 100%. What does that mean? 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. Look at communications, 100%. Tech, almost 85%, etc. But the big one here to me now is utilities. I often don't take a look at utilities, but that in theory is kind of the flight to safety when the market is not doing that well or perception is not doing that well. People go to take a look at utilities because they're typically have dividends. But look at this. Look at this. And a lot of somebody was pointing out the why NEE and NEP are moving down. But look at dividends. I'm sorry, look at utilities way below the 200-day moving average and falling further. I mean, I freely admit I'm not a big macro follower, but boy, oh boy, can't do it. Coffee. Oh, sorry, that was yesterday. Um, Warby, slight difference. You say the highs and the lows next. I don't know. I mean, I'm just looking at my daily chart. I'm just taking a look at Warby, but I was looking at my weekly chart for that. I'm eyeballing it too. I mean, if I go right onto it, it's 1649. What did I think I eyeballed it at 1650. I mean, if I hover over the candle, I'll say the exact price, but typically it doesn't matter whether, it's a couple of pennies difference when it's that far away. All right, guys. Well, I don't think let's take a look at communications now. I mean, there's only, I think three of the sectors are above the 200-day moving average. Communications still above. There's that blue line. That's the 200-day moving average, rising 200-day moving average. Take a look at technology, XLK. It'll still be above, but, a little bit closer, a little bit closer. And I think, let me take a look at industrials. Yeah, so that broke down and materials, XLB. I think I think that those are the only two now, communications and tech, that are above the 200-day moving average now. I think every other major sector is below. Whoa, I'm sorry, energy. I'm sorry. Energy is above it still, of course. But even energy, I mean, so you can see what's happening with this market. I mean, so 6 of the 9 major sectors are below. Actually, I am wrong. I've got 11 up here. So 8 of the 11 major sectors, I'm counting, we have energy, retail, consumer staples, healthcare, communications technology, utilities, materials, financial, consumer discretionary, and industrial. So those are 11 there, and 8 of them are below the 200-day moving average. The SPY itself, which is heavily laden with tech stocks, hence, communications and tech stocks. So it is still above the 200-day moving average, but getting perilously close. So there's no alert coffee. Well, they're kind of. I mean, you can use a new high and put one or two, which will break the yesterday's high. What I do though is I usually like to use the position in previous day's range. I use that a lot. So if I right click, configure, and type in position, so the position in previous day's range. So if I put 100, that means it's above yesterday's high. Now, if you're looking for the actual break of yesterday's high, you could try the new high alert 2-day high. Problem is it may already, yeah, it's not necessarily the break of it. It's just showing that it's above. Or am I wrong? I guess it would be an alert. I haven't used the 2-day. I usually just like to use the position in the previous day's range and put 100%. Because I just want to see the stocks that are above yesterday's high. But that'll be up to you, I guess. So what I'm looking for right now, so that ICU, okay, ICU, if you're into the stocks under a dollar, this has had a great, great run. 17 cents 3 days ago, 60 cents today. Well, guys, I guess the party may be over for FEMY. I watched this action after hours yesterday, and it almost it got up to 424. The high yesterday was 476. So it almost looked like it was going to keep running after hours. But maybe the party's over for a while now for FEMY. The low of yesterday was 329, so it's almost there now. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So, Coffee, this is what I was kind of saying. With this alert here, new high. If you put 2 here, it'll be above the high of yesterday. Now, I haven't used this for so long that maybe you get the alert. Maybe you get the alert if when it breaks yesterday's high. I haven't used this for so long. So if you put 2 there, new high, 2-day high, you can try that, which would then maybe give you the actual alert when it breaks yesterday's high. Okay, so just use your new high alert and put 2 in there and see what happens. Or you could do what I do, just use the previous day range filter and put 100%. So depends what you're looking for. If you're looking for the actual break or you just want to see stocks above yesterday's high. Jose, haven't you asked that question many times? Didn't I give you this gap up and down? I mean, if you want to see this, but if are you talking about pre-market? If you're not talking pre-market, then, but this gap up and gap, this is what I use in the pre-market. Okay, this is what I use in the pre-market. Okay, these are stocks that are gapping. I mean, this is up 94%, 84%, 77%. These are stocks that have gapped up in the pre-market, and these are ones that have gapped down. Okay, so I would just use this pre-market actives up and down. What in the world is happening here? I'm going to, what time is it? 9:27. I'm going to load this again. Okay, so I mean, look, if you sort on the change from the close and right here, the change from the close, these are the gapping stocks right now. So that was the daily reversal, Andres. Okay, so let me just put my homepage link in. You might want to have it up and running right now. I don't know what's going to happen with it today, of course, but so if you take a look at my homepage, click on my homepage link, and then scroll down until you see my scan section right here. That's that middle section right here. Click here, and then right down here, it's called daily reversals. Daily reversals. Okay, that was the one that highlighted the onion trade from yesterday. ON. So do you understand, Jose? Yeah, I'll just use this, okay? Just use this. These are the gapping stocks. Right there, you can see the percentage. These are all the gapping stocks in the pre-market. And that's from my homepage. Just all you have to do is just load the pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down if you're interested in the gapping down stocks. And then once you load it, if you want to see what it's, I mean, I don't have very many filters in here. This is for me. I just have volume of 10,000 shares, up 3% at least from yesterday's close, and the price is $1. I mean, I put the volume light because you never know once a market. I want to see a stock that's gapping up a lot, just in case once the market opens, it explodes in volume also. Less than a minute. Yes, thank you, William. We have, as we speak right now, 30 seconds. Okay. All right, guys, let's have a great trading day, everybody. And as usual, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I like to see things settle down. I do make exceptions from time to time, but not often. We're open. Okay, so there's the odd at ALXO. I think ALXO had a pretty big pullback though. Yeah, so I mean, ALXO hit $12 in the pre-market, so it's dropped, down to $8 now. So even though it was making a high, market high, I mean, it has come way down. This is shortable. Sugar. I wish I'd known this was shortable for me. 115,000 shares available. Interactive Brokers. MKC, guys, one of the very few earnings plays, continuing to move down here, continuing to move down. Now, I mentioned in the pre-market that 70.60, because it was just above that. It is now below that now, a dollar below that low on the weekly chart. And again, of course, we're in for a rocky open, though the market is trying to recover a little bit here. Look at some green candles now in the SPY, trying to recover a little bit here. So this is just showing up on the daily reversal, guys, CLNE. However, the alert was at 394. So, I mean, but look at it. Look where there could be some resistance right around 4. So consequently, I don't take this one. Okay, unless it really broke through 4, I would not be taking that one. Is what I'm talking about, a daily reversal. And of course, Femi, I have no shorts available for it at all. So I can't participate in a short of it, unfortunately. So again, all my scans, they produce ideas. It's then up to you to click on the alert. You have to have some chart reading ability, figure out, is this something I really want to trade right now? So HMY is showing up. Also, Harmony Gold. Now, the issue I got with it, the same sort of thing. I don't find it's got enough room. I mean, look, if you told me I could buy it at 364 and it would get right up to 386, great. But I don't have that confidence that it'll do that. So for me, it just doesn't have enough room to move before it. By the way, yeah, look at man, oh man, Bitcoin, BI. So here's coin, but BITO. A big day yesterday, but BITO. I'm just going to use this as a proxy for Bitcoin. So it's down 1.6%, but I'm looking at Bitcoin seems to be off around $400. Fever FVRR. I haven't seen this one for a long time. Used to see this one quite a bit. I do remember this is back in early in the year. Yeah, in just January of this year, had a run from 29 up to 47. FVRR. Israeli stock. First target $33 put on by Roth. Didn't see this one. I don't think I saw this one in the upgrades and downgrades. Yeah, thank you. Amen. What the heck is happening with solar is just getting hit here. I mean, I saw SunPower, SPWR, that was down also. So here's run. Let me take a look at TAN. Let's see the ETF for the industry, for the sector. See what it's doing. Yeah, I mean, look at TAN. It's been, wow. I mean, we're in a free fall from $64 down to 48. That's the ETF. Not very much volume yet, but now, do we believe this? Do we believe this today that NEE is going to have some kind of a mini recovery after being hammered down from about 67 down to 50? Boy, what a nice short this would have been. I should have looked to see if there were shorts available. For some reason, I just didn't think there would be for me at Interactive Brokers, but there's the ALXO. And this is on phase two, mid-stage gastric cancer therapy trial data, but the market's not liking it anymore. And that is the ALXO, still up 63%. And it's still way above the 200-day moving average, but it's really starting to fade badly. Riven on the way down, guys. Remember Riven yesterday had a big, well, it was very choppy. It was up, down, and eventually down. Hit 25 yesterday, sold off, closed down at 2360, moving down now. Next low looking left for Riven, RIVN, is around 2217. So then again, I just eyeball this, okay? I mean, if I hovered over the candle, it's actually 2223. I just sort of eyeball it. Okay. All right, so big bottoming tail now for ALXO, and now a mini recovery here. You can see it right here. So these are market highs, okay? But the pre-market high was way up here, around $12. MKC, guys, MKC, little bit of a pop here from 69 to 69.30, but still very weak on earnings. MKC, one of the few earnings plays. Big float, 250 million in the float. That's a big percentage drop with that float. All right, CYT guys, CYT. Whoa, CYT, look at the room it's got. Okay. 397 on the weekly chart, approximately. Okay. 397. I just tried to eyeball it. So 397, CYT. Trying to see if there's any news on this one. Don't see any news. What a break on the weekly. This almost looked like this was supposed to be a buyout. That's very strange. It's very strange action. Nothing for months. A little pop here. Yeah, I'd be a little wary of this because I don't understand what's going on here. That was I mean, that almost looked like it's supposed to be bought out here. I do see some news, but that was back in stock surges after announcing plans to dissolve. Okay, guys, here's our answer. We were looking at NEE. So here's maybe our answer. This is just continuing down again. This is NEP, but let's take a look at NEE. NEE was the one that, wow, okay, we've got a little bit of divergence now between NEP and NEE. NEE was the one that was virtually always straight down all day long with no pops, whereas NEP usually had little pops. But look at NEE versus NEP today. SPRC halted on the way down. Okay, let's take a look at SPRC. So, guys, if you have the premium service and you have the AI, I would disregard this. I know this is showing up, but PNT, but it's a buyout, and I think and the buyout price is down more than 20% in a week. This elite dividend stock is looking like a screaming bargain, and that's Motley Fool talking about NEP. So you've got some real mix here, guys. Look at the ALXO was moving higher here in the momentum scan. And now it's moving lower, and it's in the options scan. 763. A little too early for me to do it. What do I think of Groupon? Scott in our YouTube room is that well? What do I? I'm just amazed it's still in business. That was my initial reaction when I see Groupon at all. I really don't know what to say. I mean, it's had a great run. I know it was a trade of the week a couple of weeks ago, I guess. I'm not sure. I think can't even remember if it triggered, but I mean, look at the week it had last week. I don't really know what more I can say. I mean, the high back here is 15.99, and today it got up to 15.78. I mean, has it run its course? A lot of shares available, to short 8 million. But I really don't know what more to say on it. It's just had an amazing run. Kay actually had an upgrade this morning, I noticed. Phoenix. Kay had an upgrade this morning. Well, wait a minute. Now, Goldman. So Goldman says sell after spinoff. Unless they're talking, okay, they're talking KLG. They're not talking K. So remember now, this is a spinoff. KLG is a spinoff. So they're talking, I guess, talking about this as a sell. No shorts available for me yet at Interactive Brokers. Too new, I guess. Grits, GRTS guys, Gritstone Bio. To me, it's coming into potentially a lot of resistance around two. Big pop here. All right, guys. So this clean energy, if it can, what's the next high over here? Well, okay. There's 405. I just think there's just too much between 396, 405, even up here. I mean, I wish if it was a straight shot if we looked left and the next high looking left was up here around 460, it'd probably be all over this one. But I just find that, too many little areas where it could stall. Well, guys, Carnival, CCL has got room on the weekly chart down to about 12. Now the market is having a little bit of a rally. All right, 9:46. So now I can start to take a look at some of these things a little more closely. As I say, I don't like to trade in the first 15. Yeah, we're talking about choppy action. Look at IMMX. I know you guys were talking about it. It popped up to 481, moved down to 386, got halted, resumed. But is it halted now? No, I guess it's not halted now, but it's not trading really much. Okay, guys, MKC again. I when you don't trade in the first 15, you run the risk of watching things like this just continue in a super trend direction. But I'm prepared for that mentally. But MKC now, guys, MKC. Now I'm going to watch in key areas where it could find some support on the monthly chart. You know what? 68.28 is the next low on the monthly chart. Now, if it broke down through that, got a big bottoming tail way down here at 55, 56. Oof. If I'm going to put an alert there, I mean, if it took that out, there's no support for a while. Well, if you look left, there is no support on a monthly chart. And Warby had a nice upgrade. Is that Truist? Evercore. I think they put I can't remember what the price target they put on it. Price target of 20 for the Warby, WRBY. And when you look left, it's got a ton of room. 1654. So it's got about $2 to the next high, looking left. So it's sort of almost moving with the market. Not that it really follows the market much, but and there's Warby showing up right here now. Warby showing up right here in the momentum scanner. Forget about PNT, guys. This is a buyout, okay? And I think the buyout price is 12. Wow, there's MKC now. The low. Shit, we're so extended down. So again, if you look at the monthly chart, I mean, the next low is around 55. I think 55 or 56. And the price is at right now at 68 for MKC. Oh, this is the Spice guy. These are the Spice guys. Okay, so uranium, I guess let me take a look at URA. Yeah, so uranium is trying to make a bit of a comeback today. Was on a tremendous run last 2 days, bit of a drop, but trying to make a bit of a comeback again today. Uranium, that's the ETF for the sector, URA. All right, well, guys, we're almost an hour up. Here's the green bar that started at 9 o'clock, and we've got another 9 minutes for this candle to close. So a bit of a rally in the market, bit of a rally. All right, we've got some big bottoming tails now for NEP. Okay, some pretty big ones. Now, what do they mean? So the sellers had this down to 23.30 or so. Buyers closed it up here on the 15-minute chart. Sellers tried again. They knocked it down to 23.39. Now this candle hasn't closed yet, but the buyers are trying to maybe put it on a bottom here. Whoa, CCL just broke down through 13. And I said the next low was around 1209. Mm. So the strike ended. Okay. Figured it would end pretty soon after the writer's strike ended. Keep an eye on the CCL, guys. I'm watching a planned price strike or price hike after the strike ends. So I see. See, that's a problem. I didn't read it well. Well, too bad. No shorts available. This would have been a nice reversal trade, guys. If you had shorts available for FEMY, just didn't have shorts available. Had an alert at 309. It is now 272. Again, this is my daily reversal. Stock that was up big the day before, moving below yesterday's low and moving down. That's what that is looking for. Every dog has its day. So RAD, for whatever reason, Rite Aid, RAD is having a pop here, guys. The next high, if you're into these sort of ones, the next high is around 72 cents. And that is for RAD. Rite Aid invites customers to live flavorably with the launch of Hello Market, whatever that is. Okay, guys, now this is a reversal play, UEC. Now it looks pretty extended right now. This is uranium, okay? So this is a reversal play. It's above yesterday's high, which was 512. And of course, it's got room. So that is what we're kind of looking for. It's got room to move. The next high looking left is 576 or so. It's a little bit extended, but as long as if you're going to take this trade, I'm probably really what I'd love to see is for just to base a little bit just over five, or sorry, over five. And keep an eye on URA. That's the ETF for the sector. Make sure it's still going up. Well, that is sort of the beauty sometimes of very few earnings plays, and this is the only one that I saw. Casa pointed it out early, and of course this is an earnings play, MKC. And when you only have a few earnings plays, and if people are looking for earnings plays to trade, well, all the concentration really is on only a few stocks. I don't even know. I'm not saying there are no other earnings plays, but none. I didn't see any when I looked at my earnings date column. I didn't see any in the pre-market other than this one. I'm not saying there are not others, but even so our AI actually picked it up too. 9:51 entry time, 68.43. All right, guys, CCL underneath 13 again. CCL underneath 13 again. Could get interesting. Ooh, boy, that's going to be a tough one for me, Muso. So in your live account, it's defaulting to long, even though I want to short it. The only thing I personally cannot help you because what they're going to do is they want to take a look at your log and see exactly what happened. Okay. Hard to understand though. Did you have a previous order in for that particular stock? Or was it the only time you've ever tried to trade it? Because I know what you're saying, but yeah, if you hit the sell button, and then you're look at NNOX guys. So if you hit the sell button, yeah, I mean that should be turned into a short. It should not go long on you. But they're going to probably ask you to see your log, Muso. Okay, and how to do that? If you click on Help in our toolbar, and then Send Files to Support, so it can take a look at your log to see exactly what happened. Hard for me to know. Okay. So again, click on from our toolbar, click on Help and Help, and then Send Files to Support. And Chris is pretty good at picking up, checking the log, and seeing exactly what happened. So did you hear me, Muso? Because I can't help and without seeing your log, and I don't do that. I can't. You're not going to put your log so I can see it. So Just need an answer. Muso, can you hear me? Well, here we go, guys. I mean, now, wow, continues down. NEP had a little pull up. Well, no, it was decent pull up. I'm okay, guys. The UEC is getting more interesting to me. Longer it now is sort of basing a little bit over 5. Okay, getting a little more interesting to me. Buyer sellers tried to knock it down a little bit. Yep. So that data, I guess that came out, that's wiping out that nice hour we had up, and it's wiping it out in one fell swoop. So if you're short anything that sort of follows the market, you are laughing. Well, not laughing, but you're certainly probably happier. Yeah, market doesn't like the job report. I guess they wanted because it could fuel more inflation. I guess. I guess that's the theory behind it with a strong job report. Yay, more people are working. Boo, market doesn't like it. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys. MKC looks like it wants to challenge that new low or that low of the day. This is actually not a bad one from the AI, RAI. There was the alert at 68.43. So there's about a dollar drop. Now, if you're going to say, well, why didn't it pick it up here? Well, whatever filters are in here were not met yet. Plus, the earliest alert you're going to get, well, in fact, that's the earliest alert you're going to get in our AI is going to be at 9:40. It doesn't do anything in the pre-market. PDSB. Now, somebody said they had some kind of a big pop in the pre-market, big pop in the pre-market. Um, Something to do with a cancer drug, perhaps, but this is now completely and utterly giving it up. Wow, lots of shares that I have for that one. Interactive Brokers available to short in the 371,000. I think it was Mobileye, MBLY. I think it was Mobileye. I think it triggered yesterday, had a little pop above the trigger price, but like the rest of the market, just faded. Yeah, I think the trigger was 42, so got up to 42.50. But once the market started to drop, in my opinion, you should have probably, if you took it at 42, you probably should have got out. Momo, CNXA, yeah, CNXA, big. Wow. Now let's take a look on this one. Room 450 or so. Sorry, Zen. 447. And it is halted. CNXA just got halted. So PDSB, let's take a look left on this weekly chart. Where could it go? I think four could hold it, could hold it. The next low looking left is around 390. Let me check this MKC again. I'm pretty sure I'm going to check it on the monthly chart again. I think they have that big bottoming tail. Yeah, I mean 50, 56 or so. Not saying it's getting there, but I mean that is the next low looking left on the monthly chart. Way down here, 56. All right, well, let's have some fun with this one. This is the CNXA, okay? There's the halt at 412. This window you see here, this little screen window you see here, this is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? So there's the halt price at 412. This column here is where it could open once it comes out of the halt. Now, typically halts are 5 minutes long, so it got halted at 10:07 plus 52 seconds. So if this is a 5 minute halt, it'll be opening at 10:12 plus 52 seconds. Okay. Now, right now, we're at 10:11 and 15 seconds. So has another a little over a minute. Now, this doesn't mean 100% that that's where it's going to open, but it kind of, but usually it gives at least a clue whether it's going to open higher than the halt price or lower. And typically, the first halt is usually okay. Okay, meaning that when it comes out of the halt, usually it'll be above the halt price. Usually. And ridiculous, another one of these very, very low floats. Obviously, done many reverse splits in the past, more than like, well, not more than likely for sure. This was never a $117 stock, but this is reverse split adjusted. Look at the float, 460,000 in the float. Hassa, don't you have Interactive Brokers? I guess you don't. I'm just looking because there are 3.4 million shares available, MKC, to short at Interactive Brokers. For some reason, I thought you had IB. Well, we can't wait for this. How much more time? Oh, first of all, did CNXA open? I guess it didn't open. So again, usually they're 5 minute halts, and if it's not a 5 minute halt, it'll be a multiple of five. So it could open at 10:17 plus 52 seconds. Okay, so this showed up on my option scanner, ODD. Now CNK is just showing up. Tough to commit to going long anything right now. Okay, so this Cinemark. Now, if you follow let's see what AMC is doing, because I guess on the heels of the successful, so AMC is not following. So it looks like Beyonce now is going to do the same thing that Taylor Swift did, and having the concerts in theaters. So that's the reason I think for the CNK pop, but AMC is not following at all. I wonder if we're really seeing the end of the meme stocks, guys. I mean, I'm looking at AMC, but look at GME now. Look at GME. This is. I mean, are we really seeing the end of these meme stocks? And there's a monthly chart, 1541. So it's below all this. The next low is now 935, and that is GME. All right, CMS just showed up here. CMS on the option scanner. Well, it's got room. It's got room for sure. I had a bad day. Well, it's had a bad few days. It's got room, 52. But the market, guys, it's hard to commit to going long anything right now with the way the market's going. My opinion, anyway. Is the energy stock, electric power? Oh, I'm trying to figure out. Look at this NEP. I mean, I wish it hadn't done. Well, right now it's just a series of red bars, but remember, it actually had a move from 23.33 up to 24. But this market, wow. CNXA, let's see if this just opened. CNXA just opened, guys. Now, if you're in this one before, just be careful. Look at the float again, 460,000. So here, so I mean, be careful. I mean, it popped up to 470, I believe. It's right back up there now, kind of. How about this one? FSK, guys. FSK, through the 200-day moving average, underneath that whole number of 19. The next low looking left is 1844. So there's a little bit of room for this FSK. And of course, I just think it's, like most stocks right now, well, so it's in the financial sector, just following the market. How ugly is this IMMX? Just ugly, ugly. Look at this 15-minute chart. Huge topping tail, huge bottoming tail, big topping tail, bottoming tail. I guess it got halted. No, did it get halted again? No, it's not halted again. I thought it might have got halted. What I was waiting for, I wanted to see if it could get down to the halt price, that first halt price, see if it got down there, a little bit below it, and then if it popped over it, I was going to take this trade, but it didn't do it. You can see it almost got there, but it didn't do it. Yeah, Morph is strong. I did see this in a trend. Again, another low float, 36 million in the float. I mean, on the comeback trail, you can see that if it got, say, to 24.49, this could get really interesting. I mean, it's already pretty interesting. It's up 10%, but you can kind of see if it can take out the high of 2 days ago. Then, now it had obviously two horrible, horrible days. MKC continues, a little bit of a pop up. So it all depends on where you put your stops. Something like this, you've got to have a pretty wide stop. So I'm kind of watching this FSK through the 200-day moving average and just hovering around that whole number. Probably trading a little bit like the market though. Look at the little bottoming tail there. Look at the bottoming tail on the SPY. I think TPIC had excuse me, I think it had an upgrade this morning. I think TPIC. Well, let's see now. If you're in this one, this is, I mean, hopefully you took some out, but here's your halt price for CNX, 512. But it's not looking, well, there we go, 529. Again, this is not written in stone, and this is where the suggested open could be. Depends on your trading style, Rajesh. I mean, MKC, I mean, it's obviously pretty extended on the way down, but I mean, it still has room if you look at a monthly chart, but and it's a very weak earnings play, one of the few earnings plays. But I'm not going to say yes, you can still enter it, but it is still weak. No question, it's still weak. Understand, I cannot say things like, yes, you should enter this now. I'm not an investment advisor, and that's just a general statement, not just to you. People ask me, should I do this? Pitney Bowes from yesterday. PBI had for whatever reason, had a nice day yesterday. Now coming right into the 200-day moving average. A lot of shares available to short, 7.5 million at Interactive Brokers, coming right into that 200-day moving average. I mean, my bias would do, short this thing, especially if it gets close to that high over here through 388. And this is all to do with a new interim. So I guess the old CEO left. There's an interim CEO. So the market cheered on the old CEO leaving, and it's sort of a continuation. So I mean, this is not really following the market, obviously. CCL guys on that 13 break looks like it's not bad. Coming into the 200-day moving average at 1262. Well, this one's got some room. KYMR has got some room. Didn't see this in the pre-market. Didn't do anything in the pre-market. That's why we didn't see it. The next high looking left is 1556. So that certainly has some room. And that is KYMR. So Morph is actually, actually, I didn't even realize it showed up on the daily reversal at 10:15. 2322 was the well, you can just see, guys. I mean, if it can get through, and it could. I mean, it's such a volatile one. If you can get through 2290, not that far away. I mean, look what could happen. Okay, guys. Even UEC is trying to come back a little bit here. Had some big bottoming tails. The sellers tried to knock it down, but this is sort of running counter to the market. Uranium play, UEC. This showed up also on the daily reversal at 512. So this is trying to come back. Saw that EHAB early, and now here we are on the 10-day daily breakdown for EHAB, and this is an all-time low. Yeah, wow, all-time low. A lot of shares available too, 1.61 million at Interactive Broker. So lots of shares available for EHAB. Very interested in EHAB, guys. 893, 896, very interested. All-time low now. Okay, I'm in it, guys. I'm in this EHAB. Put a 9 stop on it. That's on a short, of course. And here we go. Look at EHAB right there. There was your alert at 892 on the. And as I said before, it showed up also on the option scanner, same price, 892. So you've got when you see a stock in the 10-day daily breakdown and in the abnormal option activity, pay a lot of attention to it, in my opinion. I'm just waiting to see if that bid, the ask can catch up to the bid. 869, 877 right now to EHAB. That spread widened. Come on, get back into the 860s for EHAB. Okay, guys, I took some off, and now I'm sort of back where I shorted it. I was I was a little late. Okay, I'm out of it now, guys. So I may take a look at a reshort of EHAB. I got a little bit greedy, but okay, moving on. I mean, it's right back down again, but I didn't like the way that spread widened for the EHAB. But I'm looking to get back in it. I am looking to get back in it. Okay, so I want to see the spread is looking better again. Wow, fast morning already 8:30, 10:30. Sassy, SASI on the move here a little bit. SASI, not very much volume. All right, guys, back in the EHAB now, guys. Now let's see if that spread can tighten up again and get back into the say 850s. I'm short when I talk about back end. I'm short on the EHAB again. Ugh, ugly, ugly, ugly. CLLS. Had to click on it because it was showing up here, but look how ugly this is on a 15-minute chart. Okay, here's another. This is a silver play, I believe. EXK is a silver play. Yeah, so EXK is a silver play. This is showing up on the reversal scan. Here's my problem, as always, looking left, 237. It's at 237 right now. 250. It could easily stall right at 250. Not enough room for me to take the trade. When I say not enough room, when I look left, I want to see where it could keep going until it hits the next high. So from 237 to 250, it's only 13 cents. So for me, there's just not enough room for it to keep moving until it hits the next high. Now, when it hits, if it hits the next high, it doesn't mean it's going to stall there, but that's just the way I trade. I look at potential stalling points on the daily chart and the weekly chart. And if it's too close, it might, for me, for my style of trading, then I don't take the trade. So we have some silver plays, guys, or some precious metals. IAG, I think that's gold, gold and silver. IAG. So we're starting to see some. This is what I'm talking about in the daily reversals, but I don't like these cheap ones so much. I am actually thinking about upping the price range here. And again, just look left, 221, next high looking left. I can't take that trade. If the next high up were up here at 255, sure, but I just can't take these trades. There's the FIS guys, the FSK. This could be a real. I'm looking to short this one right now. I mean, I know it's super extended. No, maybe not. 1850. Just waiting on this EHAB to see if it really cracks here. I mean, it's already down, 25%. I get it, but it's an all time low now. I don't know if there's any specific news on it. There was a filing at 10 o'clock last night. I don't know if that's got anything to do with it, but all right, guys, I am going to go over my homepage and all the information you can find on my homepage, including my scans. So if you don't have trade ideas right now, first of all, I'll show you how you can get trade ideas, and I share a lot of scans. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Just watching this EHAB, guys. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, here is a promo code you can use, Barry15, for 15% off the first month only. If you do want to take out an annual, I can give you a 25% promo code. All you have to do is post something. Okay, just say, hey, I'd like to see, I'd like to take out an annual, and I'll give you the promo code. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, you must do this to get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through these 10 short videos, running through your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, what are top list windows and what are alert windows. Okay. If you're new to trading, if you're new to trading, this is free, Trading 101, a series of videos starting off with what is a stock. So it's about as basic as you can get. Now, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, he put this together, and Michael will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 today when I take my break. I'll show you what that's all about. So today video that I do, you can sign up for it right here. Trade of the week, you can sign up for it here. It is free. You can now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, check your spam folder, and if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Here is the education section. User guide. We have a great user guide. There's the getting started again. So if you want more detail about what an alert window is or a top list window, want to find more about stock racing, price alerts, setting price alerts. I do it all the time. I'm going to show you how to do that. Super simple to do. Getting started series again. We hammer this point home, guys. You've got to do that the very first thing. Daily support. So this is what I was talking about. I take a break. between 12 and 1 Eastern time. And one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Tuesday. I mixed it up yesterday. Today's Tuesday, so it'll be Michael Noss. And again, he is the originator of all of the Trading 101. He's also the originator of all of these. If you click on new, and where are you? Market Explorer windows, all the scans in here. Okay. So you can ask him about that if you want, or anything else. And last, again, if you want my scans, the center section right there, click here. So here are the scans that I am currently sharing. Now, some of them you don't see on the main monitor. I'm not hiding them on purpose. It's just that I don't want to overwhelm the main monitor with, many more scans. This is enough. So this is what I use in the pre-market. I mean, this is, these are basically the gappers in the pre-market. The ones that are moving up and the ones that are moving down. So it may set the tone for those stocks that are up or down. They may still be active once the market opens. That's why we take a look at these in the pre-market. There's the halt resumes. You can see right over here. Here is the abnormal option activity scan right there. There's the Momo scan right here. But I am sharing other scans, including the breakouts. Okay. Now, nothing on the breakout side today. These are the breakdowns. I'm sharing this. And this is the daily reversals that worked quite nicely yesterday. And understand this, everything that you see here, these are ideas. These are not meant just because you get an alert, you pile into the trade. Okay. Very important. So if you decide that you do want to take out a subscription, all I ask is that you use my homepage, get into this area here, use my promo code, and because it helps the room. This is a free room. We want to keep it that way. So the more people who use my code to take out a subscription, the company sees that, we use it obviously for marketing. We use the room for marketing, that it is working. Okay. So that's all I ask. At some point in time, if you decide you want to take out a subscription, just use my code. And if you save my homepage, then you can, of course, look at my scans anytime you want. I do change them up from time to time, and the education section. Well, you can't actually replay them. I mean, you can look at history, Kofi, but if you're looking for a replay, like what, but in an alert window, you can click on history and then time frame, and then you can take a look at the, whatever in this calendar here, you can pick the time frame you want to take a look at. Okay. If that's what you mean. So again, right click on an alert window, right click on history, and then you can pick your time frame. You can do yesterday, quickly, or you can time frame and use this calendar. Okay, well, again, right click on the alert window, right click, and click on history. And then you have again, you can go yesterday or click on time frame, and you can pick a time frame that you want to see. Okay. Well, that's going to give you the history of the window of the scan. Now, if you take one of my scans and you want to know what it's looking for instance, take a look at the alert, this alert window here called Momo. If you want to find out what it's looking for, just right click on it and click on configure and then click on summary. That'll tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. There are a lot of screeners out there that you can buy, okay? This is and of course, we have screening capability. This is the screening aspect, but what we're really good at as a company is our real-time alerts. So in this particular scan, if the stock is between this is again, this is the screening aspect. If the stock is between 1 and $100, the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. Oh, well, I don't know what's happening with BNS. Isn't the Bank of Nova Scotia? Well, I'm going to keep going here, guys. Now, here is the momentum aspect of this scan. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and in the 5 minutes, 400% of normal. Okay, that gives it the momentum. So if all of these filter values are met, and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's why PRQR at 10:45. That was the last one that met all the filter requirements and made a new high for the day. It is now 10:47. So nothing has happened since that time. Okay. Yeah, this spy is this is just getting really killed here now. Now let me back this up a little bit again. So if I look at the summary again of this one, so if you looked at this scan and you thought, wow, I really like the idea, but I hate that price range, no problem. You left click on that icon, you'll see all the filter values are now here. And all you have to do, if I want to make a change, say to 10 and 100 instead of 1 and 100, I'll just make the change in this in the price min max and click on summary, and you see how it is now changed. Now you say okay, and then you can customize, if you like the idea of my scans, but you want to customize it, of course you can. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. If I right click, configure, and this time it's instead of clicking on summary, I'm going to click on search. So when you see these icons, and right at the very top, the new high of the day, new low of the day, these are probably obviously the most popular real-time alerts that we've got, but we have a lot more of them. Okay, I'm not going to go over them all, of course, but I just keep moving down. When you see these icons, these are the filter icons. You don't have to learn all of the different alerts and filters. Right. This is a big all right now, guys. For me anyway, on the EHAB. So you don't have to learn them all, okay? Just remember that. Don't look at this and go, "Oh my gosh, this is way too complicated to program. I have to learn all those alerts and filters. How the heck am I going to do that?" You don't have to. The only reason we have so many is because when the company started, they figured that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their own scans. So they had to create enough different alerts, real-time alerts, and filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay? So don't get hung up on how many we have. Okay, guys. So that's a just an overview. I mean, I'm not trying to teach everybody how all the ins and outs of using trade ideas, of course, but in this room, you can ask me questions all day long. Okay, don't be shy. That's why I'm here. Don't think that you're interrupting me if if I'm in a trade that requires, super concentration, I'll let you know. But typically, I'm in this EHAP trade, not requiring super concentration. But don't be afraid to ask me questions, all right? Or don't be shy. It's not a matter of being afraid. I know some people think, oh man, I would like to ask a question, but I don't want to look stupid. please trust, we all started off, it's completely new, not only you if you're using trade ideas, but as a trader, okay? And it can be very bewildering. I get it. So that's why we're here. If I can't answer the question, I'll certainly try to direct you to somebody who can. Loving the EHAB, guys. Loving the EHAB. So this is BNS now. I think this is Bank of Nova Scotia. Yeah, Bank of Nova Scotia, the Canadian bank. So, as I said before, if you get something in the abnormal option activity and it shows up in the 10-day daily breakout, like EHAB did, please pay more attention to it than normal. Okay. Now, a word about the abnormal option activity. So I don't trade options. All I want to do as an intraday trader, though, is I want to find stocks that are acting abnormally. Okay. So one way to do it, of course, we use our relative volume filter, six, well, in this case, six, when you see Bank of Nova Scotia, BNS, that means this is trading six times normal. Uh, Normal meaning what did it do on average up to this time of day, almost 11 o'clock over the last 10 days? That's not an absolute calculation, but it's good enough. Okay. So we can use the relative volume. So a high relative volume means it's trading abnormally volume wise, and then coupled with abnormal option activity. So again, I'm not trading options, but if I look at BNS right now, yeah, it's sort of jumbled. Let me get it up again. Okay. Surprising, it doesn't actually trade too many contracts. So at 1,370 contracts, that's 174% of normal or 1.7 times normal. Okay. Not huge not a huge ratio, but for instance, if I looked at EHAB, my guess is going to be a lot more. Yeah. So look at this. Doesn't trade very many options. Only 564 contracts, but that is 7.6 times normal. So in here, my minimum option contract volume has to be at least 500. So that just kind of snuck in, and at least 150%. In other words, 1.5 times normal. But what is normal? It takes the average over the last 10 days. Okay, so again, I don't trade the options, but I want to find, but if I find stocks that are having usually abnormal option activity coupled with high relative volume, I really want to pay attention to them. But this is turning into just an awesome trade now, guys. And that this was my second attempt at it. Carved a little bit out the first time, and I said I'd be interested if it got back down to the 880 mark again. And look at it now. I mean, that's a great, great percentage move. And I love stocks that are, lifetime lows. Favorite things to short. Why? I mean, yeah, at some point, will there be a bounce? Yeah, I'm sure there will be. People will look at, a bottom fishing play. But when there's no support on the chart. IDT, okay? You guys are talking about IDT. This is a news halt. Hey guys, I've covered some now. Okay, of the EHAB in the low 40s, so it's having a little bit of a pop here. Wow. I kind of lost sight of the CCL. I wish I hadn't now, but it's coming into maybe. Look at that. Look at that 200-day moving average. 1262, so it's at 1271 right now. Will that hold it? One moment, please. All right, guys. So EHAB on the way down again, but I've taken some off in the 840s. CCL right at that 200-day moving average right now. ARM finally gave up. Let's take a look at ARM. Is it underneath 51? So it's right at the IPO price. ARM is right at the IPO price right now. How much will it be defended? Yeah, a little surprised about this one. Boy, this has been super choppy. CNXA, I thought might have been that might have been it. 508 got back down to 4, but not yet. But you got to be awfully careful, guys. I'm not in this one, but you've got to be awfully careful. 460,000 in the float. It's an insanely low number to be float. And just a quick word about the float. The float is the available number of shares that can be traded on a daily basis. So the lower that number is, and I used to consider 20 million being a low float. Anything under 20 million for me was a low float situation. But we're seeing so many of these crazy ones, even under a million. So what happens is, if for whatever reason, I don't know if there's specific news on CNXA today, but look how many shares is traded, 560 or 5.6 million. So that's traded the float over 10 times. If you divide 460,000 into 5.6 million, it's over 10 times the float. So when you get high demand for whatever reason and a low float, this is the available number of shares that can be traded, that are available to trade on a daily basis. This is what can happen. That's how a stock can go up 72%. High demand, low supply. High demand, low supply. Now, the problem is, of course, is that once the demand dries up, in other words, the volume dries up, the stock can just, crater horribly. So that's why I always say, if you're going to be in any of these, you cannot leave your computer even for 2 seconds, because that's all it could take. Okay. So actually, this one from the I did not take this one, but this one, the reason I didn't take it is because I thought it was just way too choppy. But this is a nice one from our AI. There was the alert at 420. Plenty of time to get into the trade. There was the alert, that first candle. So, a lot of time if you waited. Now it's at 459. The high of the day was way up here at 480. I think somebody talked about iron before, Fe, First Energy. Yeah, I mean, it's got lots of room. Next high looking left is a little over 34. Yeah, okay, I'll post the YouTube link, sure. Yeah, Michael won't be there until noon. Yes. Wow, another financial, guys. Another financial. Next low looking left, maybe too close. 865 on the weekly chart for MFA, showing up on the option scanner. Ah, shoot. I keep watching that FSK. I mean, it's not a rocket ship, but look at this. It's nice on that break at 19. Look at this market, guys. Well, no disconnect at all. There was a little minor disconnect yesterday. I think the Dow was down, and I think Nasdaq might have been even up a little or not down that much, but there's no disconnect now, guys. And disconnect meaning, the Dow is down a lot, and so is Nas. So the value stocks and the growth stocks not having a good day. Woo. PDSB continues down here, guys. So we had an alert at didn't take it, but at 4:30, 10:06. So an hour ago at 4:30. You can see there's that. Now, if you're wondering what the blue arrow means, it's just telling you the candle. This is a 15-minute chart I'm on. So on a 15-minute chart, there is the 15-minute candle that the alert happened on. If I had a 5-minute chart up, see if that works, if I just change it. Yeah, so that would be the 5-minute candle in which the alert happened. Okay. And so all you have to do, so if I click on EHAB, for instance, EHAB 892, there's the candle in which the alert happened on the 15-minute chart. If I had a 5-minute chart, it would show me the 5-minute candle. If I had a 2-minute chart, it would show me the 2-minute candle. That's all that's doing. It's just telling, it's not saying, just telling you there on this chart is where the alert happened. CMS guy. So I know I saw CMS just a while back. Another energy play. CMS, electric power. That's right, electric power distribution. And again, it has the room, the 53. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but it is trying to. What's the spread like? Actually, good spread. Penny. Surprised. 2 cents now, but it's a good spread. You know, 5107, 5109. That's the spread. 2 cents difference between the bid and the ask. Again, Interactive Brokers is blue screen, nothing to do with trade ideas. So guys, price alerts, okay? I'm going to show you why and how I use price alerts. So first of all, here's the Morph, M-O-R-F. So if you look at this daily chart, you can see that 2 days ago, there was a high at 24.36. So we're not that far behind that, okay? A little less than $1. And this is a very, volatile one. You can kind of see that if it took that out, I mean, then the next high is 33, $34. I mean, remembering though, for the reasons this was down so much, they're still there. But I think I have an idea how traders will think that if it took this out, it could try to start filling in this void. So instead of my having to stare at this chart all day long, and guess or think when is it going to happen or if it does happen, just put a price alert. So I have a price alert at 24.36, but let's put one here just also and just show you how you do it, how easy it is to do. All you do, move your pointer. You see a dotted line should be following you. And where if I can eyeball it well enough to the price I want, then I just right click, create the price alert. And typically I do not put a note in. Okay, when it's one of these intraday ones, I don't really care. If it hits, I'm going to understand why I put it there, and then I save it. So now you'll see a blue line. Now, if this price gets up to this price alert, that blue line will turn green. But more importantly, let me put a price alert on something. I'll show you what happens. There, you see what happened? Okay, so they hit the price alert. This is my price alert screen. Okay. And when you get a price alert, if you minimize the window, which I always do, I minimize the window. When you get a price alert, it'll pop up on your screen. I sort on the trigger time column. It's always going to show it at the top. Okay. And I actually put a sound alert on it because I do wander away from my computer every now and then. And I can hear the sound that this makes, and I can come racing back to see what it was. So that's how you use it. I mean, it's that simple. And I would minimize it. You don't have to have it, so you don't have to have it up and running. So it's taking, we have to have it running, but you don't have to have it taking up any screen space. Okay. You can just minimize it. And that to me is a better way anyway, because it'll pop up on your screen when an alert hits. Going to get rid of these. So all these other ones these are ones that I've created in the past. They haven't triggered. Typically what I do is on Saturday or Sunday, I go through them all and delete the ones that aren't relevant anymore. If I put a price alert for a stock at $10 and the current price is at 2, probably it doesn't matter. Oops, mentioned this one a little earlier, guys, is KYMR. Still not too bad. I think I mentioned it right around here, around the 1440 mark, and at the pop, there's actually what's called a red bar ignored. Yeah, not textbook, but almost. So the red bar ignored. You have a red candle, totally engulfed by the previous 15-minute candle. Then the next candle is green. Just look at it this way: you have an uptrend, a pause in the uptrend, and then the uptrend continues. Why it is not absolutely, because the high is 1484 and the previous high candle was 1484 also, but close enough. In other words, it was not completely engulfed. That would have had to been like 1485 or a penny above this, but close enough. And now look at this thing go. So just think about it. Uptrend, pause in the uptrend, continuation of the uptrend. It doesn't matter what time frame you're looking at. And then the reverse, of course, is a green bar ignored. You might have something moving down, a pause with a green candle, and then the trend continues down. So that would be a green bar ignored. 1556 point. I mean, this still has some room. So if you're in this one, if you actually took this one, back when I first started talking about it, um, you still have a little bit of room. 1553 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. Wow, Luca. I don't know if you're in our YouTube room. Luca has been fixated on shorting IMVT for a few days now. I don't know if he actually held the short, but this had the huge move, of course, last week. Did a financing, but it is now well below the financing price. So they did a heck of a job. They're not doing a heck of a job defending that $38, but they were able to do the financing at 38 and raised a lot of money. I think it was something like $300 million. All right, this is probably another financial ABR. Yeah, ABR, another one of these realty trusts. ABR. Oh man, look at this one, guys. This has got some room on the weekly chart. 1337 or so is the next low on the weekly chart. 1336 to be exact. Through the 200-day moving average, 14, and the VWAP, 14 and 1405. This has to be watched. If the market continues down in a weak fashion, I mean, this could easily just keep, gently moving down. 169 million in the float, so it's not a high float. Sorry, it's not a low float, but it's certainly not crazy high, but high enough so that it could be more of a relaxing type trade. When I say relaxing, I mean it shouldn't have too many like giant green candles, giant red candles. I mean, there was a pretty big one there, but you know what? Okay, I took the short at 1392. I'll put a 14 stop on it, or no more than a 14 stop. And just see if now it's probably a little dependent on the market. So I'm just gonna have to watch that green candle that is forming on the spine. And again, I'm not expecting this is not going to be a rocket ship or anything like that, but it's got the room. 1337 is way down here, so I'm not seeing it's getting there. It would have to get down to about 1380 for me to get a one for two risk reward. But as always, I have my out. So if it doesn't work, I'll be out. I'll be out of the trade. Look at Finger. Boy, Finger, FNGR, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I think their shorts used to be available. This is now showing up on the daily reversal. Now, if you're wondering, well, why did it take so long? One of the filters in my daily reversal has to break yesterday's low. So yes, you're giving up all this, but now it is breaking down through yesterday's low. And 566, I just don't have shorts available. 566 is the next low looking left for FNGR, but I have no shorts available. Wow, this CMS, I did not take this CMS. Too bad. I mean, this has really had a great run now. Look at Palantir PLTR. Had a great 3 days before it pulled back yesterday and now today. 1480 is the next low looking left. Really, target is high of the day, really. Yeah, wow. No kidding. Back over 100 again, or did it ever take out 100? No, it did not take out 100. How's retail doing just in general? That's real estate, sorry. Actually, how is real estate doing? XLRE. I'm sure it's not, I'm sure, look at that. Wow, yeah, I mean, all these malls, etc. It's funny, where I live in Canada, in Vancouver, the malls are just packed all the time. And I mean packed. Good point, Hall. Yes, closing a lot of those Target stores. They announced that last week, didn't they? That are high crime areas. So this is what you were talking about, William. So all the streaming services. So this is Netflix discussing raising prices in several markets globally, but will likely begin with you. You know what? They're going to raise their marketing. They're going to raise it in Canada first to see if we scream and yell, which we won't, and then they'll do that in your country probably. How can I change the color on my volume chart, Frank? Okay, I can answer that. Sure. Were they eating them, Paul? Couldn't believe having to put something on. Do not eat the Tide Pods. How can I change the color on the volume chart? So are you talking about these colors down here, Frank? How I've got mine in orange and blue? Is that what you mean? Okay, I'll bring up a big chart. Okay, so assuming when you say want to change the color, so I'm assuming you already have the volume bar, it's up. You just want to change the colors. So all you do is this. Refresh my memory on this. I have to make sure it's the same. Modify indicator parameters. Yes. Okay, so I'm assuming you have the same. So if I right click and modify indicator parameters, and here are my modify the colors. Okay. So here's how you can set your up color, and here's how you can set your down color. I'll leave this on the screen. I'll do it one more time. Okay, so right click on the chart, go to modify indicator parameters. And now if you have more indicators, obviously you just have to find, I only have the one on here, volume, and then modify the colors. And it's pretty simple right now. Set the up, set the down. Are we good? And then, just go to the palette. Of course, you just pick what you want from the palette for up, pick what you want for the down from the palette. Okay. Are we good? If not, I'll do it again. Just want to make sure I didn't go too fast. Okay, great. And I think the easy way, to do charts instead of, I mean, you can do it this way. You can go new chart window and all that. But I think if you have a chart window and you have a chart, create your chart so that what you want to see in all the charts, you can sort of create it as a default. Okay. So obviously the colors, if you wanted to have a moving average that's the same, that is on all the charts, and then what you do is you just say right click. Well, actually, no, you just duplicate the window. Just keep duplicating the window. Okay. You can go right click, save as default. If you do that, then when you click new and then chart window, everything that you want on all charts will be there. Probably the simplest way though is just to, keep duplicating the window. You can have 10 charts in our standard service and 20 charts in our premium service. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'm just going to stretch my legs for about a minute. Okay, guys, I'm back. All I've got now is that ABR short. See if it works its way down. The market should probably help it if the market continues down. Again, I don't expect it to be a rocket ship or anything, but see how far it can go. Basically, right where I shorted it. Yeah, too bad. A couple of the big daily reverse. Interesting, on a day where the market's really down. In yellow, these are the ideas to short. You would think that with the market doing what it's doing, you would think that it would find stocks that might have been up yesterday and now down today. Only two that meet these, excuse me, that meet these filter requirements, and and they would have been. Well, this would have been awesome. I just had no shorts. 309 got down to a 254. Great percentage move. Finger 625. I don't think it's broken six yet. But close again, these two are not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So the color coding is like this. In yellow, a suggestion to short. Light blue, a suggestion to go long. And in my option scanner, brown, suggestion to go short. So again, as I said before, probably should look at this also. Okay, so if you see the same symbol in abnormal option activity and the daily reversal, really pay attention. And of course, also the same symbol in the 10-day daily breakdown or up, and you see it over here also, really pay attention. That's where the EHAB came in. So the number of you are sitting out there and you're thinking, well, I can't short, I won't short, I don't know how to short, don't understand it. I really can't. Well, I can help you. I can help you to understand it. But if you won't short for other reasons, there's as I call them, psychological reasons, or it's against your nature. I mean, that's fine. I'm not trying to convince people that they should be shorting. But if you're not going to short, then you're missing out. Of course, when the market's doing this sort of stuff, you're missing out in a huge number of trades, potential trades. And again, to demystify shorting, when you buy a stock, you hope it goes up. When you short a stock, you hope it goes down. That's the simplest way I can explain it. There are some nuances when it comes to shorting. Your broker has to have shorts available, in order to be able to short. But other than that, I mean, you short. So I shorted ABR at 1391. Sorry, 1392. And so I hope it goes down, ABR. I hope it goes down in price. And then, to use the term, I cover my position at a lower price. And the difference in where I cover it, I'm hoping it maybe down to 1380. And where I shorted it, that's 12 cents. That's my profit. If I went long this at 1394 and it went up 12 cents and I sold it, that's that would be my profit. So all you're doing, you're just hoping the stock goes down. Well, and that is the nuance. You heard me talk about Finger and Femi. Some of the cheaper ones, sometimes they're just not shorts available, depending on who your broker is. I mean, if you had Centerpoint or Cobra or Trade Zero, who specialize in having shorts, fine, but they do cost more. The brokers themselves cost more. I think Centerpoint, for some of you, $30,000. I think you have to have that $30,000 in the account. That might be out of the price range for many of you. Did Para unusual? Well, no, I can say no because I haven't seen it. Let's take a look at Para. Question in the YouTube room. No, not even close. So this is a streaming service, but it is not. With the threat of that actor strike being over, that did not lift like some of the other ones. But no, Trevor, look at the option volume today. 56%. So it's only trading 25,000 contracts. That's I guess a fair number of contracts, but that's a little over half normal. So I'm not going to see that. The question in the YouTube room was I getting any unusual activity on options with Para, Para? And you can just see right there, option volume, 56%. Has to be at least 150% for it to be in this, with other filters, of course. Even the relative volume isn't that great, 1.9. It has to be at least 3, plus the option volume has to be 150%. Yeah, I know you're using another program, aren't you? Now, you guys are talking about Beanox. Beanox, for whatever reason, isn't showing up anywhere on my scanners. Let's take probably, I'll bet you the relative volume. No, the relative volume is fine. Yeah, Beanox, what a heck of a move. Something is preventing it from showing up, and I don't know what. Yeah, as strange as it might seem, I wonder, you know what? It might be this earnings per share that I've got in here. The reason I have this here is this is a bit of a hack. If you use the EPS, so that's the EPS earnings per share filter. So it's a bit of a hack. This prevents ETFs from showing up, okay, in the scans. I don't want to see ETFs because ETFs, of course, don't have earnings. So if you put, something very, I mean, 0.001 and minus 0.001, excuse me, that will prevent ETFs from showing up. Sometimes, though, it prevents some of these, like this is out of Australia. Sometimes it prevents foreign stocks from showing up. Okay. And that could be the reason. What I'll do, just for fun, I'll do this. I'm going to duplicate the window. Mm, okay, I'm going to duplicate the window and then I'm going to get rid of that filter and see if that was the reason. or is the reason. Yeah, to do something like that, you just get rid of the values. Okay, so they're not there anymore. I'm gonna say okay. I'll do a little history, see if I can see that. Here we are. That's exactly the reason. So, you know, so that hack, and when you take my scan, I've got that in there. So sometimes every now and then, that's what's going to happen. And it happens with some of the foreign stocks, not all of them, but some of them. We used to see it all the time with the Israeli stocks. So you guys understand what I did? If you have my momentum scan, it's up to you to do the same thing if you want to. Well, the trade of the week, of course, is up against the market. I mean, the market is just not favorable at all. I mean, bad day yesterday, bad day today. Tough to buck the trend. If I had taken this yesterday at 42 or whatever the alert was, is it 42? And it got up to 4, and then the market started to fade. This is a stock that probably follows the market a little bit more than these crazy little ones. I would have been very, very quick to either A, take some profit, and certainly if it broke down through 42 based on yesterday's action, I would have been out of the trade. Could always get back in. I'm sure Steve probably wishes he had just said cash again this week, which he did last week. Stay in cash. There wasn't a specific trade idea. Well, ABR is putting me to sleep. Yeah, when you think about it, you try to pick one stock as the trade of the week. It's a free service, guys. Just remember that. How you manage it is up to you. It's a free service. So I mean, it has to meet your trading style, your plan, all of that. You notice I hardly take any of them because I'm not a swing trader. Most of them are designed, for longer term holds. But to try to come up with one stock, Saturday or Sunday, say, okay, this is my trade of the week for next week. Based, I mean, it looked good. I can see exactly why he chose it, but the market did not. He doesn't know what the market's going to do. That's the thing. He doesn't know, but I can see exactly why he chose it because it had room to about 45. But the market did not go along with it. Yeah, and as David in our YouTube room is saying, this could turn around, next week or the week after. But you're going to need some market help. You cannot keep bucking the market. Well, swing trades in general, I can't imagine. I mean, I don't know what you guys who are swing traders, I have no idea what you're doing. I mean, more power to you if you've been able to find some stuff. But boy, oh boy, I mean, and it's not just because the market's going down. It's a lot of times, even when the market wasn't really going down, but what I was seeing is the market chops up and down intraday, and I would have no idea how I would swing trade in this market, even if I were a swing trader. No idea. I have some scans that in theory would be decent for looking at potential swing trading ideas, but I guess if I looked at them, they'd be awful. The only thing you can look at maybe is that stock composite rating and maybe have a minimum of 80, 85. That those would be strong stocks technically and fundamentally, and taking a look at some of those. But my guess is that nothing is immune right now. So it would be all about where are you going to put a stop? Oh boy. We haven't said stupid IB for a while, real, but stupid IB not having shorts available for FEMI, FEMY. How awesome would that have been? I mean, only two on the downside right there, 309, 245 now. I don't know if the finger broke six, but yeah, it did. I mean, and even that one, it got down to 578 from 625. Two really good percentage moves, cheaper ones, but just no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Now, EHAB is actually having a nice bounce here. Might be time to flip the script. Yeah, the trades of the week are well, you can trade them any way you want. Question from our YouTube room, are they swing trades? I mean, you can trade them any way you want, but they're designed for longer term holds, yes. So there's a suggested entry and then there's a stop, and then if you take the trade, you have to trade it the way you see fit, but they are designed for longer term. Steve is a swing trader, but I don't know what they're doing now. All right, guys. Wow, 11:46 already. I'm pretty sure it's Michael. So I just want to confirm it is Michael in our YouTube room. And be prepared, guys. He's going to nag at you to death. I don't nag quite as much, but you have to have a trading plan. Not really, Frank. I mean, you can come into well, you can talk about swing trades right there, but in the YouTube room. But in our main room, in the main trading room, as I call it, we have a general market talk tab where I think those who are interested in swing trades can go there and talk. It's very hard though, Frank. We've got Andy, we've got Steve, and we've got Michael, and to some extent Chris, who are all kind of swing traders. And they're not having an easy time right now. Okay, guys, I took myself out of the ABR trade mainly because I'm going to be on my break. The hack to get out of to take out ETFs. So, Leanne, if you watch what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to this alert window, but it works the same for top list windows. So if I right click, configure, and do a search on just if you type in EPS, it should come up. There we go, EPS. Okay, earnings per share. and then click on it, and then add the filter. And if you put, you see what I got here, 0.001 on the min and minus 0.001 on the max. So that ensures that it'll only be stocks, because ETFs don't release earnings, of course. So if it's negative or positive earnings, you use this and you'll only see stocks. The problem is it'll sometimes filter out foreign stocks like the BNOX. Okay, so does that make sense? So just do a search on EPS, earnings per share, add the filter. What I would do, put 0.001 and minus 0.001. So you can, Frank, I mean, Michael is going to be in the YouTube room in about 11 minutes, and he may direct you guys. I mean, you'll all have access to the Market Explorer. He's created a lot of these strategies. I mean, he might be able to direct you guys to something for swings. I don't know. I mean, he says, now the only thing is that I don't know if it's going to be the anchored VWAP ones, because this does require an additional membership. But, there might be other ones here. So you can ask him questions when you get there, when he comes in about 10 minutes. Next support on out. Again, my opinion only, right? But let's take a look at it. OUT, and you were short this one. Wow. So this is so I have to go to a monthly chart and check to see where the next lows are. Wow. I mean, the next low looks like 699. Sorry, 707. So 707 is the next low on the monthly chart. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course. Now, if I want, I can back up. I can do a little bit of scrolling on the weekly chart. See how close that is. That's the same on the monthly and the weekly. Okay, so I mean, in theory, it's got room. Of course, it doesn't mean it's going to get all the way down there, but really no big chart support. Now, but you know me, 9 could also stall it for a while, or for a long time. 931 is the VWAP, so it's underneath the VWAP, so that's good. Okay, guys, it is 11:51. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the YouTube link in the main room. Michael's not there yet, but this is the link to go over and listen to Michael if you want. I'll be taking my break. Yeah, sort of a duh moment, Leanne. I was going to say, well, we're at that magic 420, aren't we? Right around that 420 mark for the SPY. And the SPY, that is getting closer and closer to its 200-day moving average. 419.06 is the 200-day moving average for the SPY. Let's back this out just a little bit. And you can see right there, look at that rising 200-day moving average. and the SPY is just above there. Yeah, Frank, see what he says, okay? About swings and using the Market Explorer. Well, this would have been the one, guys. I mean, this KMR. So there was the red bar ignored. I talked about what this is looking for, and before it pulled back at all, went from 1484 to 1526. Pretty big pullback, but if you had a proper stop or took some off, held some, and now this is challenging these highs over here. And this is the KYMR. KYMR. It really doesn't trade options. Only 113 contracts a day. So that's why it's not going to show up here, which is double what it normally does, but or 5 times, sorry, 5 times what it normally does. But I do have my minimum option contract value or is 500, has to be trading at least 500 contracts. Total of puts and calls. Meanwhile, things like Riot, the Bitcoin plays, Riot and Mara, looking just like this. Remember yesterday when Bitcoin went crazy? Up to 1094 for Riot. Now back under 9. Big potential support area. Look at this. Well, look at the daily. Look at the weekly. If it breaks down through that, 742 on the weekly anyway is the next low. And then Mara is probably even worse. Because Mara still kind of has that overhang of the financing. Yeah, so it is way below. Okay, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. I'll still be here until Michael shows up, but I'll just get ready. On a break. Back around 1 p.m. ET. Remember the sphere from yesterday? Nice one from Shady yesterday. I didn't even see this one. Just happened. 1144, 1154, sorry. Suggestion to short at 40.11, $40.11. 39.64 now. And that was for the SPHR. The next low looking left is about $1 away. Around 38.79 or so, 38.80. So about $1 away to the next low. That's the low of yesterday. And this would not show up in the daily reversal unless it took out that low of yesterday. Now, Poe, of course, you're being a big pullback player. You might start looking at some of these, for pops or pullbacks, I guess, or bounces, I should say. FAMY. So, Sebastian, the answer is no. Okay, we do not supply an API. Michael will probably be able to expand on that answer as opposed to my just saying no. Okay, but I think the bottom line is no. But I think Michael, who will be in the room in about 2 minutes or so, I'll direct him to that question also. But the answer is basically no. Why is the market tanking today? Well, I guess the employment figures came in at 10 o'clock. And unfortunately, the way the market works, employment was down. More jobs, okay, more jobs, more people back at work. So the fear is, of course, is that interest rates will rise. The market is still hasn't cooled off enough. That's the fear, I guess, if you want to look at a specific reason why it's happening.
Hello, Barry.
Mr. Michael Noss himself, you snuck in. Just give me a moment here. I'll just put a couple things on mute. Okay, guys, Michael is in the YouTube room now. I put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Michael. I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room.
Cool.
Mr. Michael Noss, how are you? So there's a question, a couple of questions. Frank Franco looking for swing ideas. And I suggested that you mentioned that maybe the Market Explorer could help. And also Sebastian talking about API. My gut reaction was just no, but you can maybe expand on that if you want to. But I think the answer is just no.
Yeah, that's gonna be it. We don't allow people currently to write to our API. Maybe something we explore in the future, but
Okay.
the compliance, right? We ingest all this data. We promise them what it will be used for. If we just let anyone write to our API, then they're redistributing that data, and we don't really know how, right? It's just a whole bunch of lawyer stuff.
See, I knew you could add to it rather than my just saying no. That's all I said was no.
Yeah, it's kind of like if we ran a movie theater and we let anyone grab the movies and do whatever they want with it, right? We can get in trouble for that.
So. Cool. Yeah, that makes sense.
All right, man. Have a good one.
Okay, I will. See you in about an hour.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. While, as always, while Barry takes some much needed time off, I'm going to open up the room to live Q&A. So feel free to ask questions for kind of whatever you want. And we'll chat, right? Chat about the markets, chat about trade ideas primarily. See what's going on. So yeah, I see bonds up, dollar up. No, rates up, dollar up. I think you meant to say bonds are most certainly down significantly. Oh, that's interesting. First, I've looked at this. Actually, let's go into our web version where I spend more and more of my time now. I haven't really had too much time to look at the markets today. I'm working on some new automated or algorithms for some systematic type people. One of my favorite dashboards is Top List, and then Sector Scope. Sebastian, no APIs, no hooking it up to our data in any way, shape, or form, fashion, or letter. If you want to use trade ideas, we have the software and the scans and all that kind of stuff. If you just want to siphon our data, absolutely not. Right? Unless you're running some sort of large institution, in which case email us and we can have a chat. But for everyday retail investor, no. And for all the reasons discussed above. Why is the market tanked today? Because the sellers are more aggressive than the buyers. And that is the only reason that markets go up. And it's the only reason the markets go down. Anything else is just stuff they'll say on, CNBC or something to make you feel better. I had been watching been tweeting about and doing my Substack. If you're welcome to just look up Michael Noss CMT on the internet, and you can find all that. But so 420 is going to be the level. Make your jokes. That's going to be the significant area here on the SPY, and the reason is because that's where we broke out of, and famous concept in technical analysis is that of polarity. Let me get my epic pen out here, which essentially just means prior resistance acts as support, prior support acts as resistance, something that's been proven over time. So this is kind of the area, I guess, the zone, best way to put it, that most people are watching from this area of resistance that travels back here, and then here and here. And then also we can slap on here the 200 period moving average. And that's a very common one as well for systematic investors to look at, portfolio managers, that kind of thing. And that's about in that same area as well. So I think the whole technical world is watching this whole zone right in here. Right. So that's kind of the long and short of it, right? We're hanging out inside this area, and we need to see some type of move one way or the other. So I wouldn't be shocked if, maybe we fall a little bit further and then we do a little dance or whatever, and then either bounce from this level or sell off into this level. But either way, it's an important one to keep an eye on. Beauty of it is we don't need to guess, right? We don't need to know in advance what it is that we're looking at. We just need to kind of have our levels, right? Hang out at our levels, watch our levels. When and if something occurs at those levels, then we take trades. We can use those levels for stop losses and all that stuff. Let me go and share over boom here. Again, I like to spend most of my time now, certainly in the web version. But yeah, so this is the sector breakdown today. You can see a pretty clear theme here, right? Everything is red except UNG, which is strong. So UNG, again, it's just one day doesn't make a trend, right? We're still kind of stuck in this range the way I look at it. Right? We're hanging out kind of in this area. And just checking some things on my other screen here. I'm a trader, right? I got some trades on the go. Just moving some stops. I came into the day net short a lot of things. So as I was talking out loud there, I told you guys I hadn't really had a chance to look at the market too much. But as I was talking there, I was kind of saying, yeah, Mike, you're right. We are getting near an area of support. And if we're getting near an area of support and I am short a whole bunch of things, I should definitely lower my stop losses in them. So if things turn around, I'm still doing all right. So that's the game plan here. I just have a lot of shorts that are in the money, and I want to make sure I'm capturing that money if we do bounce and reverse from here. So is that a new web version? Yeah. So if you just go to, and you just get it from the main site. So if you just go to tradeideas.com, sign in here as well. And then you can either click right on the Be First to catch the stock, or you can click on the Market Scope 360 right here. And then you'll be presented with this page. So this is kind of the introductory page. This has basically gotten a monitor. When they announced this and they launched this, I got a secondary monitor, and I just leave this up here on more of a, what do they call it? When they do the horizontal resolution monitors. And I just keep an eye on this, kind of looking like that. But We're only starting, right? We're going to add to this over time. But yeah, we have these top lists, right? So here's Barry's top list because you guys are in Barry's room. These are kind of all the things Barry's watching, and you actually see today, right? Just by how big the box is the amount of volume today. SPRC is not up that amount, but that's just the amount of volume traded today. You can go in, just change these things. You can say, I want to rank all of Barry's pick by change from the open. Let's see what's going on there. And as you click through the charts update, right? The idea is something simple, easy to use, less, things to play with, right? Less messing around and just cleaner when it comes to visualizing data. Another thing I'll leave up sometimes is just this window right here, which is just kind of showing the new highs and lows from when they've entered. Right, but yeah, it's a much cleaner way to look at it. Am I another one of those lazy swing traders? Yep, I mostly swing trade. I'll take a day trade from time to time. I took a little bit short on the open when it came to a couple things. And I covered most of them. But yeah, mostly I'm a swing trader. I'm a long, short kind of systematic swing trader. I look to buy certain things and sell certain things based off the scans that I use and my trading style and philosophy. For me, I've had this debate a lot. When I was in Vegas doing my presentations there, a lot of people asked that, what the good time frame is. And I'd say, day trading is probably better for income, pure income generation. Because you're just turning over your trades much, much more. If you have an income somewhere else and you're looking for wealth creation, I think swing trading is probably the best for that time frame. And if you're super, super busy, then I think just long-term investing is kind of the best for that time. So I think it's about how much time you have to devote it to, and then also what's your grip on your psychology, right? Because the shorter in time you go, the more you really got to master that kind of intuition and emotions. The further out in time you go, and it's not as important, right? Because you have more time to think through your trades. You can, use automated orders like stop limits and stuff way more. A lot of that kind of stuff. Like that's, the chart trader that we have is great. You can just say, hey, buy it if it gets here, sell it if it gets here, but stop loss, put out the profit target, and walk away. I wait and wait and wait. And what you're watching, rockets. Nah, not really. I don't have that problem. See, for me, I never really trade the underlying ETF. When I'm talking about what I'm looking for at the SPY, it's more about how I'm planning on positioning my portfolio. So I am mostly short in my portfolio right now, in my swing portfolio. And that's because when we failed to make the bounce here on the SPY, we can make this full screen. Yeah, when we failed this bounce here on the SPY, and we kind of failed right out this breakdown area, and we rolled over on this day, I was stopping out of a lot of long positions, and I was getting into a lot of short positions. So now, if the market looks like it's going to hold that 420 area, which was the breakout back here and everything, I may then switch that idea and start to focus a little bit differently. I may say, okay, now it's time to look at my anchored VWAP pullback scan or a couple of the scans I like for pullbacks, and it may be time to start taking money off the shorts and adding to the longs and so on and so forth. Right? I remember when we broke out of here at 420, I was just fully long. So the idea isn't that I'm waiting for this to make a trade, but I'm waiting for this to decide where I tighten stops, where do I add to positions, that kind of thing, right? So the market is the best analogy that I heard of, right, is equating trading to sailing, right? You can't change the way the wind is blowing. You can just kind of position yourself accordingly to the way the wind is blowing. So to me, the overall market sentiments, these type of things, that's the wind, and I can't position myself accordingly to how that's blowing. But I can say, hey, if the market's tanking, probably not going to be buying stocks. If the market's bouncing, I'm probably going to be buying stocks. So that's why my workflow basically looks like the market closes and then I get to work. I build a watch list for the next day. I set my price alerts in Trade Ideas on the charts. I do all that, and then the close of the next day, I enter my orders and do all my adjustments and everything there. So yes, much cleaner. Absolutely. Um, absolutely much cleaner. So it's kind of a direction, I guess, that we are planning on taking within Trade Ideas. We'll always have the downloaded version that's full featured, and you can do all kinds of stuff with it. Uh, right? Not planning on ever getting rid of that or anything, but our plan is to kind of build out a another kind of option, another feature where we go, okay, for the people who want to simplify their lives and they want to, this works on an iPhone, an iPad, a smart fridge, whatever. And for people who only want, for example, what's kind of moving right now, we're going to put the Market Explorer in here and do some of those um, pre-built scans and all that kind of stuff. We're going to put all that up here. So this is going to be kind of the simplified version of Trade Ideas, which I think will fit for 99 percent of the people out there. I think would actually benefit from having less options, right? And more kind of focused on things that us at Trade Ideas, we know work, right? We've all been around the markets. Everybody that you talk to has their own trading style and philosophy. Most of us have been trading 10 plus years. So again, the download or the web version is going to be, hey, here's what we've learned, 20 years of running Trade Ideas and 10 years each of us trading. Here's some things that we think you guys may like. Go from there. Then if you want to go off the deep end and go wild and build your own stuff, we got the downloaded version for that. So I'm seeing someone talk about the zoom feature. Yeah, we're working on that. So you hold control and you zoom in and out, and it's doing okay. But yeah, you can see it kind of moves sometimes. It moves sometimes the scrolls, and then sometimes if your mouse is a little bit off, you can actually zoom in and out. So there's definitely some issues, but we are working on that. Right, the plan is to make it touch friendly as well, so when you're using it on the phone, you can zoom in and out. Again, we launched this like maybe a month ago, 3 weeks, month ago. So now that it's out, right, we constantly build and we build the same way that we've always built within Trade Ideas, which is we build in front of the clientele. We want you guys to give feedback. We take that feedback, we kind of weigh what we're gonna do with it. We're not gonna follow everyone, but what we're gonna do with it, what we're not gonna do with it. Um, and basically our philosophy is that a lot of little updates are better than like how Apple does, where that once a year your phone just completely changes, as opposed to just once a month, here's a new feature that we've launched. So we're building more in that, every month when you come back and check, hopefully there'll be some new stuff going on. So can you expect 10 to 15% of your profits if you're prepared to hold 2 to 4 weeks? If you are making 10% every 2 to 4 weeks, you will be the richest man on earth in like 2 years. So is it possible for a stock to move 10 to 15%? Yeah. Right. Swing trading is just like any other kind of trading. If you have a good strategy, it's going to work. Over time, you're going to make money. You got to test what that strategy is. But I'll say there is no human being making 10 to 15% a week. You compound that, right? It becomes like $1 trillion in probably a couple of years. Same thing we're doing with everything in trading, regardless of the time frame. You're trying to win a little bit more than you lose, and you're trying to make a little bit more when you're right than you lose when you're wrong. And then after that, you just compound that over and over and over and over again. Right? It's the compounding aspect of trading that really kind of hits everything home. But yeah, the best hedge fund that has ever existed, period, makes like 60% a year. And they're the best of the best of the best of the best of the best. So if you can get anywhere near them, you're looking good. Sailing is easier to predict in the market. Yeah, well, of course, right? But yeah, that just goes to my other statement. Just trying to weigh things a little bit more. This BIVI looks interesting. First of all, how I found it. So I actually there's options on this main market scope page for how to look at this heat map. For me, I'm not one I'm like chasing the low float insane guys that are up 20-30% today. Not really my style. Like something like this CYA, I'd be more interested in. And then change from the close is usually just nutty because you have something like gapping up because it's got or buyouts and stuff like this, right? And that's not my thing as a swing trader, right? I want it before it breaks out. So I actually like to take either the last hour or the last 30 minutes. Then I leave this up, and then about, once every now and then between emails or whatever I'm doing, I'm just clicking through these and I'm seeing if there's any charts that made sense. So BIVI was something that I like to look of. So then you just type that into the main box, and we've got kind of a research tab here. So I know nothing about this, right? So it's a biotech. So that instantly makes me say, well, if I'm going to trade something like that, I'm going to do it a little bit smaller. Yeah, so just a typical biotech. 12% short float's interesting. Loses money, most biotechs do. Only $100 million market cap, so a really small one. The reason I just like the look of this is it's butting up against this resistance right here. And that just might be a little bit of a turning point where if we break out of, say, $4 or something, then we've essentially, for the first time in a long time in this chart, we've put in a higher low where price makes a low and then a high, then a low, then a high, then a low, then a high, and then maybe it's putting in a higher low. And if I am to buy things in downtrends, which I very rarely do, it would be looking for that higher low play because that's technically a change in trend. Also, that's what most people will look at for like a head and shoulders, right? A head and shoulders pattern is essentially just a change in trend where, you have that higher low in a downtrend. So with CLDX, it's another therapeutics company. Yeah, see, this hasn't done that as well, right? This is just still in a downtrend. So I would need it, if you wanted to do the higher low play, you would need it to dig in here and then start to reverse back up through this kind of $29 area. Andrew, no, that's not that's not, again, all of these definitions are very loose, right? I wouldn't classify it as a bull flag, but you could, because that had a little bit of an up move and then some sideways consolidation. So if you go to like the 30-minute chart and you zoom out a bit, right? I guess I could just make this big whenever we're talking. Right, you did have a push up and now it's consolidating sideways. So I see where you're saying that. Generally speaking, though, if you want to get like real nerdy with it, bull flags are continuation type moves. So you would see a bull flag in an overlying uptrend. I think most people would look at this more as kind of a head and shoulders, where you have your left shoulder, your head, and then your right shoulder potentially in here. So then they would look at that and say, well, this area right here, which is 350 to 360, that would technically be the neckline. So if you wanted to trade that, which again, I like stocks in much longer term uptrends better, but this is potentially putting in a higher low right here. So if it breaks, it will be an uptrend. So technically, right, that would be a higher low and then a higher high, which would technically be an uptrend. So if I am to buy things in downtrends, that's why I use the head and shoulders, because it is that change in trend. And my whole kind of synopsis on trading is that trends persist longer than they should, right? And this one, you're going back now into $4. So last time it was above $4 was beginning of August. So if it breaks that, now you're talking a new like quarterly high on this thing. So that could be considered kind of a breakout or a move like that. So again, it's interesting. I'll put in a price alert. which again is I love the you find something, put in a price alert, move on with your life. Right? There's just so much stuff to look at. That's why the price alerts kind of is. So you're talking about a different one. You're talking about CDLX. That's my dyslexia right there. Yeah, interesting pullback, right? Still technically kind of in an uptrend. If we close too low here, it'll be time to go. Some support right there. It's an interesting look. Earnings at the end of the month, so be a little careful there. And we're doing 3 times normal volume. We only done 600,000 shares, so it's liquid enough, I would say. So be careful, right? I think this is another advertising platform. Never mind. I thought it was another pharmaceutical company, but an interesting look, right? Could be if you go out on the weekly here, could be a rounded bottom type pattern, but this thing definitely got hammered from 130 down to 12. So just be careful there. Hello, Dan. Will we be able to use the desktop app and the Market Explorer at the same time? Yeah, we're working on that. So first of all, one thing we're adding is you'll be able to have as many tabs open as you can. So you can have you'd have the market or the market scope, and then you could have a top list running. You could have a whole bunch of tabs going at once. But then what we're going to do is we're going to port these at some point back into the system where everything you're seeing online is in the downloaded app as well. But again, it's just finicky. Same thing as I was talking about with the AI, where if we're found distributing data, it could be no good. It's the same thing with the having people logged on in multiple places. Right? We can get in trouble for that as well, because again, we sign these contracts when we pay for this data that just says, we promise not to redistribute this data other than these approved ways and blah blah blah. And then if we break those contracts, they can get us. So anyone see is it EWJ? Yeah, Japan. Wild move in Japan today. I guess not showing up here, probably because it's closed, but the currency. Wild move in the currency today. What about yen? You can also search for things up here, which is cool too. YLC ProShares Ultra Yen. Yeah, so this is the yen. So this is something that, generally speaking, you won't see move very much, but they popped in here, and I guess the Bank of Japan is saying enough. Enough is enough. Their currency has just been getting, well, you can see the chart here, right? Their currency has just been getting smoked for the longest time. Yeah, and they're just kind of saying that's enough. So the Bank of Japan, I guess, is going to step in, start either buying currency or raising rates or something like that. So definitely a lot of Forex traders that got popped today. Bunch of Forex traders probably made a bunch today, but a couple definitely got popped too. So the web version isn't better or worse. It's just kind of different, right? I would say 99% of the people out there don't need to tinker with like really, really minute scans. So as soon as we get the Market Explorer up here and we have what's moving intraday and many different ways to show you what's moving intraday, I think that's the most important thing for day traders, right? Because you if you're a day trader, you have to be where the volatility is. You just have to. That's how you make your money. So we can show you that stuff, show you the stuff that's moving around. And then once we get the Market Explorer in here, we'll show you some nice swing trading setups with videos kind of attached to them about how you do them. Once you got both those covered, then I think for most people, the web version will be fine. Right? And again, there's going to be the hardcore who has his 6 monitors and a whole bunch of charts and scans and all this stuff up. But we've actually noticed that the more, and this is really empirical from helping out clients and stuff, is the more the client has on their screen, when it comes to scans and stuff, generally the more they struggle, right? It's, trading's like anything. It's, you need to get good at a thing, and you need to focus on that thing. And then when you're good on that thing, if you want to expand out to a different thing, go right ahead. But anytime we load up a client's layout for support, and they have like 30 different scans and 20 different charts and all this craziness going on, it usually means trouble. So it's just I think for most people this will be great, where they don't really have to worry about tinkering with their own thing. They can just kind of go in and build, right? So this is the SP 500 up the most today, right? And this is the SP 500 down the most today. So when it comes to, right, simple things about when I'm looking for relative strength to buy, I'm going to take a look at this stuff. I'm going to scan through, and I'm going to see what's holding up the best. See if there's anything looking good. It's very hard last night when I was doing my scanning to find anything that I really, really liked, because just nothing looked good, right? And I've learned that I don't hunt too much. So yeah, again, not better, not worse. There is no way to trade. There is no answer to trading. And it's really cool about how it works. There can never be a this is the way to trade to make a bunch of money. Because that will just simply destroy itself over time, right? It's just the nature of the market, right? The more a trading style or philosophy is adopted, then the quicker that will be arbitraged out of the market. So I think I did a good job of lowering those stops, a lot of those just at the right time. I think. I did a bad job looking for stuff to buy. Let's switch over to the downloaded here. We stop share, present. I think there's a less abrasive way I can do that if I look around. But what do I need to do to use trade ideas for swing trades? Well, you need to figure out what kind of trader you're going to be when it comes to swing trading, right? Trade ideas, the best way I use to describe trade ideas is it's Google Maps. Once you know where to go, we can help you find a way to get there. If you don't know where to go, if you don't know what style you're going to use for swing trading, then that's where you need to spend your time and energy first. Now, we do have some things, like I have TI Strength open up here. And to get this, you just go New and Market Explorer. And then when that opens up, just right click on it, select Strategy and TI Strength Alerts. Now, this has some back-tested capabilities to it, where there's some, we've basically proven that holding the top names in here and rotating over time beats the market by a couple percentage points, which is great. But again, swing trading is no different from day trading or investing or whatever. You got to get your idea. You got to say, this is what I'm going to do. For me, I do a lot of anchored VWAP pullback plays. Right. So same in the Market Explorer. Right click, go down to the anchored VWAPs, and then you click pullbacks. So this is something we made in conjunction with Brian Shannon. And yeah, you're just looking for stocks to pull back to major anchored VWAP areas. So I scan through these, and I have some looks that I'm looking for. And I have plans around those. When to enter, when to enter, when to exit, all that kind of stuff. So um, again, once you know what it is that you're looking for, just let me know and I'll see what scan that we have close enough to find those things. The tiger's actually holding on pretty good here. Does this have a wild short float? Do I remember that? Short float doesn't have any short float. Okay. Is a 200-day used on multiple time frames, most commonly used on daily charts? 200 days definitely most commonly used on daily charts, but I know a lot of day traders that use it on all kinds of charts as a simple uh, trend indicator or a support resistance, right? So the you got to be careful though getting too neat with them, because then it's like, what time frame? The 1 minute, the 2 minute, the 3 minute, the 5 minute. No moving averages have any like statistical like mega validity. Again, they can be used as part of a trend to say that there's, like, if you're building a strategy, doing something like saying, hey, I want to buy stocks that are above a rising 200-day moving average, that makes perfect sense, because you're just using that as a proxy for an uptrend. Now, what moving averages don't have any merit behind is basically buying as necessary support or resistance points on their own. Combined with a bunch of other factors, maybe. But I guarantee you that every moving average test, every moving average crossover, they've all been tested to death. And there's just no edge there. It would be too easy. But if you want to say, for example, right, I'm going to buy pullbacks to a rising 200-day moving average, but I'm going to wait for a large bid on the tape or a bullish candlestick pattern or something, using it as a combination of things for strategies, I think is done on all time frames. But the main reason that hedge funds and institutions use it as kind of a metric or barometer is simply just because it represents about a year of trading, give or take. So it's about the average price for a year. So that's where people get started to kind of build strategies around it, right? Corgan, I would love to see a back-tested long-term study on that moving average that has validity in the long run. If you're just saying, oh, I've noticed that this happens a few times, that's fine. What I'm saying is that large data quant models have been run for ages on moving average crossovers. The easiest thing in a system to program. So it was one of the first things that was done in the 70s. I remember they used to do. I wasn't there. But I've read a whole lot, and they did that in the 70s is when they started moving average crossovers and moving average break strategies. So, right, could something have a slight statistical advantage? Yes, but it's not going to be a be all and end all. So, and again, that is a 100% indisputable fact, because we've just done, the numbers have been crunched. Right, the amount you could ask ChatGPT that, right, and you fed it the right data source, and it would spit something out. So you can imagine every quant fund, large institution in the world has thought, is there a statistical advantage for doing this? And if there was, again, eventually news of that gets out. Since they've been doing it from the 70s, they would have to have that under wraps for 50 years and no one else has discovered it. Right. And then from there, right, as soon as it gets out, it gets arbed away from the market. It's just the way the market works. There's no constant, it's all cycles, right? I don't have access to look in your files personally, but we are not trading coaches here at Trade Ideas, right? We build the software, and then, right, you figure out what it is that you're looking for. The you always need to remember the work of the trader is not to trade, right? Trading is the simplest part of trading. Um, it is the least valuable part of trading. Is actually the hitting of the buttons, right? Because anyone can sit down and hit a bunch of buttons, right? The work of a trader is to figure out what styles are interesting to them and to run those tests themselves, to journal all of the trades they're making and studying what is working, what is not working, all of these things. These are the work. This is the work of the trader. So make sure that you're doing that work. That it's if you're trying to figure out where you're struggling and you don't have access to every trade you've made in the last 6 months plus, and you're not reviewing those trades for what worked and what didn't, and how you could have executed them better, and all those kind of things. Um, the uh, right, being able to record those, and that's the work that will make you a better trader, right? For example, if you look at everything, you say, hey, I took these 100 trades and 20 of these failed. Let me look at why. And then, okay, these 20 failed because there was a resistance point right above, or there wasn't enough volume on the day or something. You're looking for patterns in your own trading, which is why every kind of successful trader I've ever met has some sort of a journaling process where, at the very least, even Barry's been doing it for ages. I'm sure doesn't keep an official journal anymore, but he's got his videos that he does every night. This is why this trade is great, and then just constantly hammering home, this was an awesome trade. So at any point, if he's ever struggling, he can go back to his videos and watch the last 20 of them and look for commonalities in those trades, and then he knows kind of what's to focus for, right? So that is the work of a trader. Other than that, it's just hitting buttons, right? Especially if you're day trading, you're really only focused for that first couple hours of the day, and then if you're a end of day trader like myself, you're focused that last couple hours of the day, and the rest of the time you do nothing. So when I was a pro trader on a prop desk, that would be what I did every lunch, right? So during lunch, I would stop and I'd review every trade I took in the morning, and add that to highlight the ones that I think have the best learning potential, and journal those. And then after the close, I would look at every trade I looked on the close. Now, one of the things that I do currently is the video that I put out, say 3 to 5 times a week, um, which is just what I think of the market, stocks I'm adding next week, breaking it all down and doing that in video. And I send out an email, and doing that in that long form really, really helps me. It's, part of my process where I'm evaluating the market kind of each and every day. So, yeah, so make sure you do the work, right? Hitting buttons. That ain't it. I'm going to check on the video here because this is one of my shorts. It's bouncing quite a bit. Let me look here. I have a stop loss, trailing stop loss in place. I think it's somewhere in here. I just shorted this yesterday in this area. Looks like it won't be a doozy, but it was just pulling into. Let's go to the daily chart. Daily. Yeah, so that anchored VWAP, or also this one right here. How can I possibly pick strategies when you're pessimistic on every strategy? I'm not pessimistic on every strategy. I'm pessimistic on anything that's been proven not to work. Right, moving averages has been proven not to work. Anchored VWAPs, I've actually done some study on being above and below the anchored VWAP year to date. That has some validity to it. So, but I know that as soon as a common basic system that everyone knows gets out there in the market, it will cease to work. So, what I am optimistic on is putting in the work and developing your own strategy. Because if you have your own strategy, you have your own style, and you built it yourself and you understand how to do it, then what will happen is as it starts to change and degrade over time, you will know how to tweak it and how to make changes and all of this kind of stuff. So I am very optimistic on people doing the work, making sure that they're that strategy is kind of working. um the what I'm pessimistic on is people saying MACD crossovers work. It's like, is there some statistical validity? I don't know. Go test it yourself. But, on their own, definitely not. Right. Combined with a couple things, absolutely. And again, as someone who creates systems and runs systems, right, this is something I know for sure, is that the cookie cutter ones have little to no edge. The work doing yourself to make sure they do, that has edge. Like TI Strength is a perfect example. This has a little bit of edge. It beats the market. I think it's beat it by 7 or 8% last year, and it's beaten it by 10% this year. But if you really want to go with it, then you could take something like TI Strength and you could combine it with technical analysis, fundamental analysis, whatever it is you want to do, and create your own thing. And I bet you that would outperform TI Strength over time. And so pessimistic, laziness, bullish, or optimistic, doing the work, right? So someone's asking for a basic system or template to use. I would highly suggest a book from Mike Bellafiore called The Playbook. And it's a whole book on his system for highlighting the best trades over and over and over again. Highly, highly recommend. I would read that 100% if you're looking to build some sort of journaling system. But the most important thing, the biggest takeaway from it, just to get you started while you wait for the book to arrive, is grab the best trade that you've made every day if you're a day trader, every week or so if you're a swing trader. And it's not necessarily the best by made you the most amount of money, but it's the best by it kind of makes sense to you. It's repeatable, right? Because we don't care about the outcome of any given trade, right? We care about building a system. It's the only way we can stay around in this game for a period of time. And continue to highlight those best trades. And then fast forward a couple months, you'll have this giant playbook of what your best trades are. Go in and review those and say, okay, this trade worked great because this happened. This trade worked great because this happened, so on and so forth. And you can really learn from your own trading. Because again, some people are going to be revision to the mean people. Some people are going to be breakout traders. Some people are going to be trend traders. Some people are going to be counter trend traders. Some will be pattern traders. Some will be indicator, right? There's just a million different ways to do this. That is very, very, very important that you find the way that makes the most sense to you, right? So, of The Playbook, the author was Mike Bellafiore. What is an end of day trader? So an end of day trader is, and don't feel sorry for asking questions. That's why we're here, right? It's way better than people who are like, show me the thing that's going to make me money, right? Those people are screwed. But the end of day trader just means just that. I enter my trades at the end of the day and I manage my trades at the end of the day. The reason for that is because I trade off daily charts and daily time frames. So I want to know roughly what the closing of that candle will look like. And of course, you only know that at the end of the day. And so let's see if any of the alerts I have triggering. Spear, missed that one. Whew, that gapped right above me. I was actually looking for a break out of the zone right here and just gapped above me. That sucks. But so I don't think anything. I think this is the only alert that I had that triggered today. And it looks like, yeah, it's down. There's a key reason right here why I wait for the end of the day. The idea behind this one was pretty simple. We have the Anchored View app right from this low. And we have this $80 area, right? So $80 was resistance back here. And it looks like it was support right here. And then it looks like it's acting as support again with this hammer candle under 80. That was my premise, is that I think that this is in an area that it's a nice uptrending stock. And I think that if I can snag it at a good bounce point, then I could potentially make multiple times my risk if it bounces. That's all I'm looking for, right? 51% accurate and give me 2 to 3 times my risk when I'm right and I'm a happy camper over the long run. For hell, 40% accurate and 2-to-1 risk reward over the long run, you're a happy camper. So, all right, I was just playing off this zone. But what I will do personally, I'm basically looking to see if it retakes this high right here. That's the idea. Now, I want to see that on a closing basis. And I don't want to just have it wicked in and wicked back out. I want to see that it's going to close above that level. And this is old as a chartered market technician. Right? We're just taught that it's an old Taoism that the closing price is the most important price. And that, if you're trading off 1 minute candles, then the closing price of the 1 minute candle is what you're waiting for. For me, I'm trading off daily charts, so the closing of the daily candle is most important. So what I'll generally do is, as the end of the day nears, I'll zoom into a 30-minute and kind of take a look here and see if there's anything interesting. So if we bounce right here, and then we start to kind of chop sideways, and then it looks like we're going to break out or something, then I'll take that into the close. Stop loss would probably go right here, looking to see if we can get way back up there, right? Again, just my process. And you gotta always remember there's no magic, right? So all you're doing with your process, the reason you have to build it is because it's only going to work half the time. So there's going to be big strings to hurt you. Yeah, fingers pulling back a bit. It is what it is. On to the next trade. If it gets under here, then you'll stop on it. Yeah, move on with your life. Finger also came through, I think, like right here, and had an amazing one. So it was due. Right. Again, always and good time to record your emotions on any given trade. If you're ever really, really happy about a trade or really, really mad about a trade, you're too big. We're looking to see what happens over the next 10,000 trades, right? So. Does an end-of-day trader give you a clear picture on how professional institutions are trading? There is an old saying that amateurs open the market and professionals close it. But again, it's not. You got to remember, the end of the day, the whole point of trading is you're trying to make something that has some sort of positive expectancy, and that's it. Right? There is no every video that you've seen of I've turned $1,000 into $1 million and blah blah. That you have to get all of that out of your head. The best hedge fund in the world, on a most good years, makes about 60%, and they're right about 40% of the time. And that is kind of the best you can hope for, right? Now you can be right way more often. It just means that when you're right, you will make not as much as someone who is the opposite, right? So think of risk reward and probability of profit on kind of the opposite sides of a scale. The higher your risk reward, naturally, the lower your probability of profit in that trade. The lower your risk reward, the higher the probability of profit. And unless you're going to be the first, there's been kind of no human being on earth that has kind of hacked that, right? Yeah, the Medallion Fund makes roughly 60% a year. And again, he is the greatest, without a shadow of a doubt, the greatest trader of all time. So the Jim Simons, that's his name. Yeah. Smokes Warren Buffett in returns. They hire nothing but quants. Everything's done with a statistical edge. And that's kind of all there is to it, right? And again, I know I sound harsh, but there's so many when I see new traders, I want to make sure that they know. Right? The guy in the Lambo who said I worked 5 minutes a day and made $1 million, he didn't. It didn't happen. Right? That's a lie. Right? There is no magic formula or whatever. There's just a bunch of us that we just we have a system that over the long run makes us money, and we just kind of milk that, right?
Michael.
Barry, Barry, Barry.
So I'm listening to you talk, and I saw that comment from Marty. How can you possibly pick strategies when you are so pessimistic on every strategy? And I actually thought of myself also. All my scans, and the guys hear me say this. Don't like it. Don't like it. Not my scans, but the individual stocks, because I'm always looking for reasons not to take a trade,
Mm-hmm.
not to take the trade, not to take the trade. These are just, trade ideas is aptly named idea generator. Of course, the ideas that are generator are within, the price range I like, minimum volume and all that stuff. So I'm not getting, overwhelmed. But most of the things that come through, I don't like. And that's because, I click on the alert, check to see what's happening there with the overall market. Is there room looking left, or, is there room for it to keep running until it hits what I would consider a resistance area if I want to go long. So I'm pessimistic also. I mean, if you want to use that term pessimistic, I think the better term is selective. Being selective and have, as you keep hammering home, have a plan and stick to it. And not every trade that you look at, even if you've got your plan, just like you say, if you're right 40% of the time, 30% of the time, even on your system, the way you trade, as long as the 30% that you are right on and you allow those winners to run, yeah, it'll far outweigh all those 70% manageable losses.
Yep.
But just be selective. I think one of the biggest problems is they get bored sometimes and they see something, man, I got to take a trade. You know why they do that most of the time? Because they have to make money in the market. And
Yes, and
that's
that is
that's the
certainly
problem. They
very
have to
toxic.
make money in the market because they've got to,
Yeah.
that they got to pay their bills, and that is just that's a horrible way to have to trade.
Well, yes, because if you look at the best traders and investors out there, again, it doesn't matter what your system is. There's times where your system will be absolutely gangbusters, and you'll feel like you can do no wrong, and your poop doesn't stink anymore. And the time that exact same strategy struggles, right? And there is no way around that. So yeah, you have to be able to be selective. And then the other part of that, I always look at it, it's like the scientific method, right? You come up with a hypothesis and then you try your damnedest to disprove that hypothesis, right? The idea behind science is they don't want to, come up with something like gravity and then go to work to prove that it's right. That's the exact opposite of what scientists do. They try to disprove it, and if they can't
Well,
disprove
Michael, there's no such thing as
no
gravity.
such thing as gravity, yeah, on our pancake. But yeah, it's the same with trading strategies. If I go into our back tester and I build something and that thing just looks insane, has like an 80% win rate, 2-to-1 risk reward, I'm not thinking, oh shit, I did it. I'm thinking, what did I break? Right. And then
Yeah.
I'm going in and I'm trying desperately to and I've done these with some of the automated strategies that I still run. When I back tested them, I'm like, this looks, too good to be true. And I just hammered on them and hammered on them and hammered on them and then paper traded them and did all this. And when I couldn't disprove it, then those are things that I still run today. But I think people do the other way around. They'll watch like a YouTube video or something and they'll say, oh, you buy this, you sell this thing when this moving average crosses this moving average, you make a bunch of money. And it's like, well,
Mhm.
prove it. Right. That's why with TI Strength, I worked for like 6 months back testing this thing kind of by hand to make sure it had a very slight statistical advantage on the market. And we publish those. If you Google them, they're right on our website,
Mhm.
um, quarterly, give or take. And yeah, it's because when I discovered this, I was thinking the same thing. I was like, there's no way. Um, but that's why it's important. And then I always talk about, and I don't think people really get this, but the whole self-correcting mechanism of the market, that if all of a sudden a 8-period moving average crossed a 20-period moving average, and that was a way for somebody to make a living, hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, as soon as that gets out, something that simple, and then everybody starts doing it, well, then what will happen is you'll have people that will start shorting or buying right before the moving average
Mhm.
crosses. Then you'll have people buying before those people, and then you'll have people buying before those people, and then eventually it just means nothing anymore. So this is why if it's your own kind of strategy and it's just something that you do and you've built, then you'll be fine. But if it's just something very simple that you just kind of cookie cut it and took off the um off the bench and said, okay, this is going to work. Maybe, right? Maybe it'll work for a little bit, but eventually
For
it
a
won't.
while, yeah, exactly.
And then once the rest of the world figures it out, then you have to adapt. And if you haven't spent the time building the scan or building the skills of how to do that, then you've really done yourself a disservice, because now you're going to get slapped, because right now all of a sudden your system doesn't work and you didn't build the skill to build a new system. So you're donezo there, right?
So, Michael, how did you answer Andrew? Because if you answered him yes, I can expect to get 10 to 15% profit for a 2 to 4 week. Can I have that system, please?
Yeah. Well, I told him that the best hedge fund manager on planet Earth, the best trader that has ever existed in our lifetime, makes like 60% a year.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's the best of 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 the best. Is a little bit higher with day trading and more active trading possible, yeah, but there's just zero shot you're making any sort of consistent 10-15% a week. And it's, I hate to be the guy to come in and just squash people's dreams, but I'd rather do that than have them believe the Lambo guy and then think that there's a way to hack the system that no one else has figured out. But he'll tell you, when really the system is just it's just hard work, just building your
Hard
own.
work, exactly. Trading is
build-
hard. And
building your own way.
again, reiterating the fact that if you've got to make money in the market to survive, it's awfully hard.
Oh,
You
yeah.
might get a complete fluke into some stupid little stock that goes from 2 to 100, and think and it can happen. We've seen it in the room. These crazy low float situations, but few and far between. And also, nobody's putting in they shouldn't be putting in a ton of money anyway into something like that, because you never know what's going to happen. But yeah, if you've got to make money in the market, I remember that was one of the first things when I started sort of day trading and all. And the guy I don't want to call him my mentor in Canada, but he was saying, not to me specifically, he was just saying in general, you've got to make money in the market to pay your rent, to pay your food, pay your kids' education, and you've got to do it every single day. Forget about it. Just forget about it. You've got to have some kind of a backup. And if you don't, it's just too insanely hard. And this guy was a really, really good day trader. I like to follow his stuff, but even he said,
Yeah.
I didn't start off. I know nobody starts off as a great day trader. Nobody starts off as a great trader.
No,
I mean,
yeah,
unless they
it's
fluke it,
work.
unless they hit that one half a percent, one that does something insane, and that's your first trade. And then you think this is so easy.
Well, then, but the guy who does get lucky and win that giant trade, he's no different from the guy who bought the off-the-shelf trading strategy and did no work either, because they're at his next trade and his next trade and his next trade aren't going to work because he hasn't built any sort of skill, right? So it's like the lotto winner, right? Most people that win the lottery end up getting smoked and given it all back within a number of years. No difference from someone who just has random success in trading.
Right.
Eventually, if they continue to do it, they'll end up giving it all back. And then if anyone's listening to this in their head, they're like, yeah, I'm just going to make it big that one time and then quit. I'm like, that's a gambler, right? You found it. You're a gambler. And no, Andrew, when I say 60%, I mean a 60% year over year return. That is, again, the best hedge fund on planet Earth. So if you think you're going to be 10x the best hedge fund on planet Earth, and you're going to do that relatively quickly.
Michael, I'll interject. I think what he meant was your win rate. Okay. And no, you're not, you don't look to be 60% right.
No.
If you're 40% right, you're fine. As long as, you let those 40% run. I think that's what he meant.
If I can get to a 50-50 win rate, I'm the happiest dude in the world, because again, just run the math, right? Run the math where if you are right, let's say you take 10 trades and you win 5 of them.
1 for 2.
And you make $200 when you're right, and you lose $100 when you're wrong. Well, you've made $1,000 in your correct trades, and you've lost $500 in your incorrect trades. So you made $500, and you were only right half the time. Right? That's the trend followers philosophy, where we know that in a lot of cases, trends will reverse on us, breakouts will fail, all that kind of stuff. But if just half of the time or even less, right? You can make those numbers, you're only right 3 out of 10 times. But when you win it, you really hit it. That's kind of the philosophy. Now, the revision to the mean guy will just invert that, where, maybe he'll be right 7 out of 10 times, but the couple times that he's wrong, it's going to hurt more than he's right. But there's no one who's figured out both, that they're right super, super consistently, like 70, 80% of the time, and they make 3 times as much on their risk on all of those 70% of trades. It just doesn't, it doesn't happen.
Yeah,
Um,
in a previous life, Michael, I got into a big discussion, well, heated discussion. Guy saying I'm right 95% of the time, and he said it's impossible. He said yes, I am. And so what you know what he was doing? He'd get into Apple and he'd make a penny and
yeah,
sell somehow, and I'm right. Okay, well, yeah, I mean, sure, you're right, but how much money you're making? But he was right because he made a penny or 2 cents on an Apple trade, when Apple's at, I don't even remember what it was back in those days, but even at two, three, four, $500. Well, sure, I could have a tremendous win rate if I'm willing to make 1 or 2 cents on a $400 stock, I guess, but I wouldn't make any money.
no, because
So,
the 5% you're wrong, you're probably losing 50 cents or a buck.
yeah.
And right. So again, and right, we're not ranting because we're old cynical bastards. Well, maybe we are, but we're just saying this is it. You got to come into this with the right expectancy of right. I'm building something to get myself a slight edge, a slight statistical edge in what I'm doing. And then the real power comes in compounding that edge over and over and over again. But if you come in here thinking, man, I'm gonna, um, I'm really gonna smoke this, and I'm gonna be right 70, 80, 90% of the time, and I'm gonna make $1,000 when I'm right and only lose a couple hundred when I'm wrong. We're
Hmm.
like, well, good luck, but when you're done, I got a bridge to sell you.
And on that note, Michael, I better take over. I got to get back into the other room, so I'll take over now. Thank you again
Cool.
for spelling me,
Yes.
and we'll see you next week.
All right. Have a good one.
Okay, bye bye.
Bye bye.
Both versions have voice alerts, Derek. Are you talking about the web-based version and the app, the downloadable app? Is that your so your question when you say both versions, are you talking about the web-based version and comparing it to the app? Okay. So there are but it's limited. It's very limited, and I'm not even sure. Let me just bring up the web-based version, okay? It's not, I mean, with the app, there we have a series of folders. We have 3 folders. Each folder has about, I don't know, 10 or 12 voice alerts or alerts, sound alerts, I call them sound alerts. So there are way more. But let me just check to see. I haven't looked at the web-based version for a long time. So here's an alert window, actions. On each alert, play a sound. Okay, set up the sound. So yeah, it's very limited. Very limited. I think they're all basically the same sound. I'm not. I think I went through this once, and it's all the same sound. It may not be, but even if they were different, this is it. Okay, I don't know what. Well, let me see what this says. Okay, okay, they are different. So you have 4 different sounds. Okay, that you can pick from. Oh, standard versus premium with the app. Oh, okay. Um, yeah, no, there's no difference. There's no difference. Okay, you can have as many. Is the same. Setting up sound alerts in the standard version versus the premium version is exactly the same. Okay. But Andrew, he's talking about 60%. You're talking about the 60% return. That's the, as he calls him. I don't know this guy at all, but he calls him the best trader in the entire world forever. You and I and Michael are never going to get to a 60%, portfolio gain. Well, yeah. I mean, this is too bad. I mean, these are the two massive shorts coming out of the daily reversal. Massive shorts. 625 on the alert and all the way down to 484. But the big but, no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers and neither for FEMI, FEMY, 309 and all the way down before it pulled up a little bit. I mean, these are tremendous alerts. Unfortunately, it's going to happen. It's going to happen every now and then. Just not going to have shorts available, at my broker. I wonder if William had shorts available. Probably not, but Fidelity or E-Trade, I don't know. Maybe they had shorts available. Both have voice text alert. Yes, yes. You're talking about reading out the symbol, like the name. So you'd hear FUSN. Is that what you mean, Derek? Yes. Yeah, they both. Yeah, there's no difference. You can only have now the whole idea of sound alerts in general, right, is that you put a different sound alert on your different windows that you've got open. Your alert windows or your multi-strategy window, your price alerts window. And if you have the AI, you can have a sound alert here also. Because remember, the whole idea of sound alerts is have a different one for each window. Because then when you hear that sound, you know which window to look at. So that's why I'm saying you don't want to put every one of them text to voice, otherwise you'll never know which one to look at. Just in general, okay? For Fidelity, okay, for the stocks, did you have shorts for Finger, FNGR, or FEMY at either Fidelity or E-Trade? Talking to William in our main room. So no FEMI at either, and now we'll look at Finger, FNGR. I remember there were shorts available, not today though, but in the past for FNGR at Interactive Brokers, but obviously they've been snapped up and nobody's covering. Yet anyway. Yeah, so probably unless you've got Centerpoint or Cobra or Trade Zero, those three firms definitely specialize in having probably virtually shorts available for almost anything, but you pay for that. Welcome, Samir. Okay, this is in our YouTube room. I'm new to Trade Ideas. How do I set up the option scanner? Okay, as long as you realize that I'm not trading options, okay? I'm just looking at, I mean, listen, if you're an intraday option player, trader, I suppose you could use this because if you're going to trade options intraday, you want to be able to find, you want to find the ones that are having abnormal activity regarding options, right? But I don't use this to trade options. But anyway, let me just give you the scan. Or just bear with me. Okay, so when you click on my homepage link, Samir, when you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Yes, you'll be at the top here. Just scroll down a little bit in that middle section. These are the scans that I'm sharing. Okay, click here. And so here is the abnormal option activity. Again, I'm not trading options. This is just another way for me to find stocks that are trading abnormally by looking at their option activity. Okay. So you know how to do you know how to load something from by clicking on the link where it says open scan? Do you know how to load it? Okay. I think everybody's different, Stephen. If your worst trades are in the afternoon, is that typical? Um, like for me, it's not typical. In fact, there was a I actually thought that if I weren't doing this, moderating a trading room, I may only trade in the afternoon. I get up, I'm on the West Coast. I would get up a lot later and turn on my system, see the ones that were moving in the morning, and then trade them in the afternoon. Okay. And so if I ever stop doing this, that's probably what I'll do. But everybody's different. Certainly in the first couple of hours, certainly in the first hour, you're going to get the most action in movement for stocks. But with that movement, the volatility comes, you have maybe problems putting where you're going to put your stop when things are pretty whippy in the first hour. So that's why, I always wait out the first 15 minutes. I almost never take a trade in the first 15 minutes. And it's not that, okay, now 15 minutes is up. Now I'm going to just take a trade. No, but I definitely, in fact, there was a time years ago where I wouldn't take a trade in the first hour. Now things have changed, since those days because there's a lot more activity now. And so, so I don't do that anymore. But if I were a new trader, I would probably even do that though. I wouldn't trade the first hour. Yeah. Are you going to miss the ones that go from 2 to 100 in the first hour? Yes, you will. But they're not easy. Now, Samir, the other thing you might want to do if you're new to trade ideas, this is what I do. Okay. So this is the abnormal option activity. And this is for anybody listening, of course, but so this is the repeating version. Okay. So every time ABR will make a new low, I'll see it here. Okay. This is the don't repeat version. So this tells me, okay, this tells me this is the first time where you had an alert, say for ALXO. It was at 9:35 Eastern time, and the price was 763. I could click on that, and what did it do from there? Now, so you can see right off the bat, it really didn't. In fact, it just sort of based for a long time. NEP, the first time I had an alert was at 10:01. The price was 23.31. Now this was a very choppy one. If you've been following this one for a long time, the last few days, this is a very up and down one. But I like doing this because this tells me if I've missed an alert, maybe, I've got a lot going on. I can always go back in time. EHAB is a good example. 1027 was the alert, 892. So I can see, well, what did it do from that alert? And I can see from 892, it eventually got down to 829. I'm not saying it was smooth. So I like to have this. I like to have it, I don't have it side by side just because I don't want to overwhelm the room with all sorts of different scans. But I do like to see this. And if you want to do that, and all you do is you just right click on the scan and you duplicate it. And that's any scan. Okay, that's any scan. So I just duplicate it. Now I have to make sure I grab it correctly. There we go. So I grab it. And then the don't repeat feature, right click, properties, don't repeat. And if you click on the don't repeat, now you have a bunch of options. I'm not saying you have to do it for a day, but that's personally what I like to do because I like to go back and say, okay, what happened from that alert? But you can say, some don't want to do that, but they don't want to see a stock every time it makes a new high. So, you might say, okay, don't repeat for a minute or 5 minutes, 15, 30, 1 hour, or a day. You can pick, you can pick the time frame you want. Okay, and then you say okay. Give it another name, so it's a don't repeat version. Okay, right click and go to properties and window name, and you give it another name. So that's, I put DR just for don't repeat. You don't have, nobody has to do this, but this is what I like to do. Same thing with the daily reversal. This is the first alert. I mean, this is painful. This is the first alert we had at 9:30 for Femi. At 10, I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes, so I probably wouldn't have taken this one right then. But look at Finger, 11:08. I mean, it's almost it's an hour, a little over an hour and a half into the market. Get an alert at 6:25 to short. You can see that. Maybe it's hard to see in my 15-minute chart, but there's a blue upward arrow. Now, you might say, well, does that mean to go long? No. This is just telling me the candle in which the alert happened. And I'm on a 15-minute chart. If I had a 5-minute chart, it would show me the 5-minute candle. Okay. I'm surprised we didn't have more, with the market being down so much, more reversals. And so what this scan is looking for, and this is the repeating version of it. But over the course of the day, these were the only actual alerts. How many is that? 3, 6, like 10 alerts. Okay. Very manageable. Well, okay, these for it to be in this option activity doesn't matter. I mean, this is just, they're exactly the same filters in each. Okay, it's just that in this one I say don't repeat it after after the first alert, but they're exactly the same filters in each. Okay, so you can now, in order for you to find out what is happening, this is a multi-strategy window, an M. That's why it says M. There are two scans in here. They're moving higher with unusually strong option volume, 150%, and moving lower. So it's color coded so that stocks that are moving down, moving lower with unusual option volume is in brown. And you can see, because of the day we've had, we might have had very few are in. We had some in light blue, which were, a suggestion to go long. But if you want to see what the scan is actually looking for, if you right click and hover over strategies, this box will pop up. Another box will pop up as you keep sliding over, and then open the alert window. So, I mean, if you don't want it as a multi-strategy window, if you want to have them separate, or maybe you only want to go long, you wouldn't have too many today, but you can separate them. I just like to have them as a multi-strategy because they're very similar strategies. So they're just counter strategies, one on the way up, one on the way down. But this is what this is looking for. If I right click, configure, and summary. So in this particular case, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $60. The current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to the time of day. Minimum 500,000 shares, minimum 500 contracts, and 150% of normal, meaning ratio of 1.5, meaning, okay, what's normal? Well, how many contracts on average did it do over the last 10 days? Okay, on average. So for you to see that, and I mean, this is a number of times that made a new high. So this is giving it, a little more momentum, I suppose. I could take this out. It probably wouldn't make that much difference. But the big thing here, 150% of normal. So now most of them are going to be way over that. Okay, but that's the minimum it has to be. And then if the stock makes a new high for the day, we get the real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks right there. Okay, well, this is, of course, this is on the upside. So the flip what can be flipped will be flipped. So what do I mean by that? Obviously, you can flip a new high to a new low of the day. And that's it. That's really it, because you can't flip a price range. You can't flip volume. You can't flip the number of contracts. You can't flip anything else, if that makes sense. So the two strategies are just mirror images. One is just saying, okay, with all these filters in place, show me the stocks when it's making a new high for the day. And then the other one, with all these filters in place, show me stocks making new lows of the day. Now you could take this, of course, and if you didn't like the price range, or you didn't like anything else about this, or you want to add something, maybe you want to see making new 5-minute highs instead of just new highs for the day. There is no right or wrong, but this is what I like to see. So again, just to, this is exactly the same, except it just won't repeat it. I was in the ABR earlier, 1390. Doesn't really move, 1385, but maybe now it'll start to just drift down the balance of the day. I was attracted to it because it was broken down through the 200-day moving average. And when I looked left, it seemed to have some room down to 1326 before it hit that next low. So that's why I was attracted to it. I got out basically with because I was taking my break. I got out with no gain on it. But it doesn't mean that now maybe it gets rolling on the way down now after that pull up. It basically it looks like it kind of tracked the market. Market pulled up a bit. This pulled up a bit, a little bit stronger. And of course, it's a financial. We have. So this is the first one, guys. So here is my other scan that I really pay attention to, the 10-day daily breakout and the 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, that's where I saw EHAB. And as I've said before, if you see something in either one of these and you also see it in the option scanner, I would pay a lot of attention to it. So EHAB showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown, and it also showed up in the option activity scanner. Same price, probably the same time. That's just coincidental. There's no just coincidental that all the filters were met here and at the same time in a different scanner. Now, what I was going to say is that in the 10-day daily breakout, there's only one just hit 2740 for the IDT, which this was a wild one. It got halted because of news. And again, remember, these are all ideas. As I said, when I was talking to Michael in the YouTube room, I could be viewed as a pessimistic trader also because I'm constantly looking for reasons not to take the trade. Just because I get an alert in one of my scans, it doesn't mean, oh, okay, it must be great. I'm going to take the trade. I'm constantly looking for reasons not to take the trade. Now you might say, well, then why is it showing up? Well, it's because I do want to see the alert. It meets a lot of my requirements, right price range, right minimum volume, right relative volume. So a lot of the things are covered. So I do want to see the alert, but the first thing I do, click on the alert. What do I see? I look left. If I don't like what I see, I don't take the trade. Looking left meaning because virtually every single alert that I see is either at the high of the day or at the low of the day. So if I want to go long in something on the high of the day, I'm going to look left. Where could it keep going until it hits the next high, either on the daily chart? And if I can't see it on the daily, like right here, you see IDT. I can't see the next high on the daily chart. Sure, I could start to scroll, but sometimes I'll get a little lazy and I'll check the weekly chart then. Okay, and the next high in the weekly chart is 2763. What did it get to? Got to 2740. Not, so this could stall it. And then the other thing I look at is, and I'm sizing all that pretty quickly. I mean, it doesn't take, much time to look left and figure out, okay, does it have a lot of room to run until it hits the next high? So that's number one. Number two, I do a quick, well, on my daily chart, usually if I can't see the 200-day moving average, I know that's not an issue. However, it is on top. So actually, this is an issue. 28.33. So that's why I have my single stock window. I'll take a quick look to see where the 200-day moving average is, where the VWAP is, because I won't take something that is close underneath the 200-day moving average because that moving average may stall it. Not 100% of the time, of course, but it may stall it. And then the last thing I look at is the market. Is this something that might be affected by the overall market? Most of the things we see here, these things, because they're so trading abnormally in terms of volume and everything, usually they're not affected too much by what the overall market's doing. But if you wanted to trade something like an Amazon or a Microsoft or Meta, things that are obviously affected or are actually controlling the market, then you've got to pay attention to what the market's doing. So that's why we're saying, I mean, there's no shortcut. I didn't, thousands upon thousands of charts, that I had to look at before I could size things up fairly quickly and do a pass or a go, no go, literally. And just because I say, okay, it's a go, doesn't mean it's going to work. But that's why you have to stop. You see, here's another one, okay, the daily reversal. Here's the alert, 490 for SMR, 107. That was the time. So it's 129 now. So, 20 minutes ago. And so it didn't really do much, but would I take the trade? Probably not, because number one, well, it was okay. It was above for it to be a reversal. First of all, yeah, let me explain. So what this is looking for, what the daily reversal is looking for in both directions, stocks that were beaten up the day before and now are above yesterday's high. Okay. And other filters are in place. So that's how we get a trigger. So you can see yesterday's high was around 490. So that's why we got the alert at 490. So it's looking for a reversal. But when I look at this, first of all, I hate taking things very close to a whole number. But even if it broke five, I look left and I see, well, there's a high right there at 515. There's a high right there at 515. To me, even if it broke five, I think it could struggle to get through those two highs. So I take a pass. Now, does that mean it's going to struggle if it got through five? And who knows? It could explode right through and it could go all the way to eight. But that's just my plan, as Michael, in the YouTube rooms, hammering home. You got to have some kind of a plan. And if your plan says don't take this trade, and all of a sudden it pops, you can't get down on yourself. Okay. Because for me, over time, sure, the odd one is going to pop through and keep going for some reason. But for me, over time, these next highs looking left have been usually roadblocks in the way to go higher. Maybe later on, maybe it pulls back a little bit and then maybe it pops through. Sure. But I won't take the trade. And that's very, very, very true. I'm glad he says you only remember the ones that popped, not the 30 that didn't. You're right. You're absolutely right. Traders have to get rid of that selective memory. Seriously. So you're saying TAP is halted? See, even this boring ABR, I'm not in it anymore, but I mean, this boring ABR, this could turn into a really, I mean, had I held it, the only reason I didn't hold it because I was going on my break. 1380, if it got down to 1380, if I could have covered my position at 1380, that would have been right on a 1 for 2 risk reward. Okay, because I was risking about 7 cents, and that would have been about a 14-cent gain if it got down to 1380. Nothing super exciting, but I mean, if this did, and I'm not saying it's going to stop there. So that's the other thing. When I go into the trade, I have to have a reasonable expectation of making at least a 1 for 2 risk reward. So, to make it simple, if I'm risking 10 cents on the trade, I have to be able to look at the chart and say, okay, could it go 20 cents before it hits that next, if I'm shorting, that next low on the daily? And if I can't see anything the daily, on the weekly. And then if it can, then it becomes a big candidate for me to take the trade. All right, guys, I think I'll do my video now. This one could have a late day run. Okay, this IMMX. I mean, I know it's from the AI, but it could. It has that look, basing, and it's a low float. Had some news. It popped up to 480 or so. So this has the chance, later on in the day. We're already at 130 now, but maybe between 2 and 230, maybe it starts to get some volume and it starts to push it. Could. So what you can do is maybe put an alert at say 464, not too far away from the current price, and see if it can take that out on volume. Remember, we always talk about, okay, you might get these false breakouts. I might put a price alert and think, all right, it's going to go, but make sure you see what the volume is, and it's not the absolute volume. It's the relative volume. In other words, when you look at the depending on whatever time frame you like to trade, you want to compare that current that volume bar that it's popping on to the previous ones. And if it's just really not really standing out, don't take the trade. Now, doesn't mean it's not going to keep going just because the volume is not as good as the previous ones. But I've just seen, again, my trading style too many times where I used to think, oh man, it's going to take out this area, a bit of consolidation. I take the trade and it falls right back, and I go, what? And then you look at the volume and it's nothing, next to nothing. So again, don't get confused though, because somebody will say to me, "Well, what should be the minimum volume that you do?" It's not about This could be 10 million shares, but if on average, if all those volume bars before were 20 million shares or 30 million, I'm exaggerating, then even though 10 million is a lot of shares, it hasn't excited enough people. Okay, because there were a lot of people excited when it was trading 30 million shares every 15 minutes. Again, I'm exaggerating. Okay, guys, so I'm going to do a video. So, Okay, guys, I'm back in the room. Okay, what scan picked up McCormick, and is there a PDF version of the TI manual? Well, I can answer the first question regarding. So let me just see something here for McCormick. Well, first of all, we identified McCormick in the pre-market, Michael. Okay, McCormick was something that we saw in the pre-market. I'm trying to see. Let me just see something here because it may not be meeting my scan criteria. Let me just see something here. That's not MCK. What is it again? The MKC. Right? I hit the post. But just give me a moment. Okay. So one of the things on my scans is that I have a price limit of $60 on the top. Okay. So my range is from 1 to 60. So it's not going to show up on these scans here. Okay. Obviously, if you expanded, my in this momentum or even the option activity, yes, it would have definitely shown up in the option activity, 8,500 contracts, 13 times normal. Okay. So it would have shown up here almost for sure. But where the room and I saw it was in the pre-market. So, so in other words, we were prepared to be watching this. Give me a moment. Why is it not showing up here? I know it's showing, I know it'll be showing up here in the well, I know I saw it here. Okay, we saw it here. I mean, I think it's because of the server sort, which I don't want to get into. Okay, but definitely saw it in the pre-market. We knew that because look what it was doing. This before the market opened. This is at 8:45. This is 9:15. So look where it closed at $74, 75 the day before, and it was down to 70 in the pre-market. So I saw this in the pre-market active scan. Somebody else mentioned it I think Casa mentioned it in our trading room also, but we definitely saw this. Okay. Oh, I know why I'm not seeing this. It's 8%. Yeah, it's down here now. Okay, that's why. Because it's only down 8% now. Okay. But definitely saw MKC using this scan, the pre-market actives down. It was down a lot further, of course, when it was down here at $66. So that's number one. Okay. And it was one of the very few earnings plays. I mean, you can see right there. What I do is, and we're not in earnings season at all, but what I'll do is, so the obvious thing to scan for, give me a moment. So when I'm doing my pre-market work, okay, this I've been using forever. Pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. So when I'm doing my pre-market work, the first thing that we're obviously looking at is I will sort on the change from the close percent. This shows me the stocks that are gapping in the pre-market up, and these are showing me stocks that are gap. Remember, this is still running. Okay, you can use this during the market hours, but that's why I shut this down at 9:30 Eastern time. But so this is what I'm looking at. And this again showing me the stocks that are gapping up. Just one moment, please. Okay, sorry about that, guys. So where was I? Yeah, so So, Michael, before I ask, hopefully you can stick around. Well, okay, first of all, I don't know if there's a PDF version. I think there might be of our user guide. I'm sure Pepe knows. Here is the user guide, clicking on help. I cannot figure out how to prevent it from going to Firefox. So here it is. Now, is there a PDF version? You know what? I'll just ask. I've never really thought about it, so I'll just ask though. Now, I mean, what I would do, I mean, even if there is one, I would just save this link. Then you can open it. I mean, if why do you don't want to print it out? I'm assuming you just want to be able to refer to it quickly. So, or is there some other reason? I mean, if you just save this link, in case that does it for you, then you can just look at it anytime you want. So, Michael, would that be good enough, Michael O'Connor? Would that be good enough just to have this link and then you just can refer to it anytime you want? I'm just asking the question to the rest of the guys. If there is a PDF version, they can't. Stephanie will know. She created this, so just give me one moment. I see she's answering. She's typing away, Michael. So there's a print icon, and then you can save it as a PDF. And then you save as PDF. Top right-hand corner, where is that print icon? Print. If it's here. Don't do it? Okay, Pepe is telling me not to do it. But let me ask you this, Michael, is that good enough just to have a link, and then you can just refer to the link? I don't think you're gonna print out the guide. I mean, there's just way too many pages, so okay. So that's good enough, Michael, great. So you know what? I'm just gonna continue a little bit, just to tell you what I do in the pre-market. Okay, just if anybody's interested. So again, the obvious thing to do is to sort on the change from the close percent column. And that'll show you the stocks that are gapping up in the pre-market up. And again, I do the same thing, change from the close, and this will show me the stocks that are gapping down the most. I sort them on in that order. So that's the first thing. Next thing I do is I'll check to see are there any earnings. This is my earnings date column. And I'm scrolling all the way and I don't see one on the upside. Okay. Earnings date for me is anything. Well, let me show you the MKC. Again, I'll scroll down. So this is the only one that is meeting all my filter requirements that is an earnings play. I'm not saying there are no other. Okay, thank you, Pepe. So don't do it, as he says. So I scroll down and now 0.25 means a company released earnings before the market opened today. And if it said minus 0.25, that would mean they released earnings after hours yesterday. Okay. Those for me are the earnings plays. And you can see there's only one. I'm not saying there are no other companies releasing earnings, but no other companies releasing earnings are meeting any of the filter requirements. Now, in about 2 to 3 weeks, we will be inundated with earnings plays. And so sort of remember, just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, I have to take about a 5-minute break. I have to do something, but I will be right back. Let me just put my announcement in. There was a phone call. I have to do something. Let me just put that over here. What time is it now? 1:53. Should be easily back by 2 o'clock. Okay. And Okay, guys, I'm back. Thank you, Pepe. Okay, yeah. I'm glad you mentioned that. At this point, no, Ezgi. You can't use ChatGPT to build a trade idea scanner for you. No. Okay, guys. Let's see. Somebody was long FE. Good for you. I think somebody was long FE early in the day. This has been a really nice trade. A little bit choppy, but the trend is up. Depending where you put your stop, you you would have taken out some, I'm sure, along the way. But this has been a nice looking trade for us. I know somebody was talking about this Raglad, yeah. And how about the NI? The NI looks. I wonder if the NI looks almost the same. Ooh. Oh, thank you, William. Yeah, so William will keep it. So I usually shut down myself at around 3 o'clock. I'll always stay later if there are some questions, but William will keep the main room open until 4. And so what I'll do for you guys in YouTube, if you want to still talk about trading for another hour after I've left, I'll put the main trading room link in, so you can head over there and you can look at this ABR. Wow, that would have been a really, really, really nice trade. Especially look at this. I mean, what did it get it down to? Yeah, 1370 would have been about a 1 for 3 risk reward. Guys, this SPRC, I actually have an alert. I know I talked about this one just a little while ago. This just has that look, but look at the volume. The volume is just completely dwindled. But boy, I mean, if this ever takes out this area here around 4, well, you're giving but this has that look that if they get some volume, you could have another late day run with that float, 500,000 in the float. Yeah, today is for me anyway, also Denver. I've not seen as many trend trades all day. Yesterday, a very different story for me. I'm not saying there are no trend trades, but trend trades meaning, something that, went into the direction you wanted to do and basically trended for a while in that direction, as opposed to, being jumping up and down. Does IDT look like a good short now? So this had news, right? This had some news. Certainly a lot of shares available, 1.38 million in Interactive Brokers. So rises on favorable decision in a class lawsuit. I mean, it looks like it's run its course. Doesn't look like it wants to really move that much higher, does it? We've got a bit of a spread issue, 20-cent spread, 26.54, 26.74. So a bit of a spread issue. If I were going to short it, I would probably, you're giving up a little bit, but maybe underneath 26.49, which is the low of that 1 o'clock candle. You're giving up a little bit, but I think if it took that out, it may have a shot down into this level. To me, it doesn't look like a good long, that's for sure. But again, that's not a recommendation to do that, Steve. You have to. But if I had to short it, but you just never know. I mean, if it comes down to this level, will that press release further fuel some buying? I don't know. Certainly, the market's on your side in a short. You got a bit of a spread issue on it. Well, that it was 52.70, so you've got a bit of a spread issue. How about you, William? Are you all over this one in terms of a short IDT? But look at these bottoming tails. So that current 15-minute candle, the one before, and then the one at 1 o'clock, all kind of getting into that area. Too thin? Okay. The other thing, Steve and anybody else, I didn't realize, I mean, that float is super low for a $26 stock, 15.8 million. That explains the spread a little bit. So that float is really low. So, you could get some pretty decent gyrations, which is not necessarily what you want. Speaking of keeping your eyes open, Captain, here, open. How about open here? What is it doing? Wow, so cheap. I thought it was, for some reason, I thought I thought it was the other one, but very cheap stock, open, OPEN. This one has been that would have probably knocked you out of a lot of your position right there, that red candle for a KYMR. But this has been just a relative monster. Not smooth though. Again, this is what I was talking about. You have some of these areas, especially that one, that red candle there. Remember, there's a bottoming tail. That meant that was a red candle all the way down here. Yeah, closed 30 cents higher, but I'm going to put an alert at 15.94. See if it takes it out maybe later on today, but tomorrow. I mean, this has been in a downtrend for a few days. But if it does take that out tomorrow, the next high is 17.33. So if it wants to keep having this bounce, I don't see any news for it. Corporate presentation, that was yesterday. For this market, slip sliding away, the SPY is going to be testing that 200-day moving average. I think it's at around 419 something. Okay, guys, I'm not really not seeing too much. Just kind of keeping an eye on the SPRC in case it decides to really run a bit later on in the day. The SPRC. This could be interesting. PFF. Why? Down through that whole number, which I love, and good spread, big volume. This is one of these again. I call it a stock, but PFF. Let's take a look on the monthly chart where this could keep going. And it's moving with, obviously one of these ones going to move with the market. I mean, the next low, $23.76 on the monthly chart, a big bottoming tail way down here for PFF. What could possibly go wrong? Well, I know Shady. It'll be for a while anyway. Depends how long those rates are high. I mean, we've already seen, a flee from the markets. We can see it. I can see it myself. We've always got this great program called Trade Ideas that can find these sort of stocks they're going to move. But listen, for the majority of people, I mean, you can get 5, 6, 8% on cash. Why are you going to risk it in the market? I'm not saying you can get 8% now, but if rates keep going higher and higher and higher. Yep, all you need is one good trade. All you need is Trade Ideas to find you that one good trade. But if you're swing trading, I have no idea what you're doing. No idea what you're doing. I know Michael talked about swing trading in the YouTube room between 12 and 1, but I think even he said, it's not just because the market's going down. I mean, the SPY was in that kind of 440 to 420, 450 to 420, 430 to 450, a lot of chop. Okay, guys, well, maybe this is it. Was there volume? The littlest little bit of volume here, guys, for the SPRC. I'd love to see a bigger volume bar, but I mean, there is a little bit of volume coming into SPRC. Yeah, look at that though. So I'm saying, I mean, the volume really did not stand out. I mean, I'm not saying this can't keep moving, but rather I want to see some volume coming in. I mean, that was 192,000 shares there. I mean, it wasn't bad, but again, it's in relation to the other volume bars previous. It's a little, yeah, it is more hard to, this is a little bit exponential because of the big volume at the beginning of the day. So it's kind of hard to see the distinction. So that was a little bit of a volume burst. But not enough to so far to sustain it. All right, guys. So the next holdout is this IMMX. In case, what time is it now? 2:17. So maybe if they get some volume to pop it through all this. Oh yeah, I saw RMAX and that was an all-time low. 8 cents, yes. Max. Like, well, I mean, it's an all-time low right now. Now you might, because it's looking at the previous days. Okay, so I'm not counting today. 12:15 would be the all-time low. Um, maybe, but it may not be able to get through 12. That whole number. It's kind of been doing nothing over the last several hours. High at 12:33, low 12:15. So really has not been doing too much. Hopefully, guys, the noise canceling is working. It is Tuesday. We're definitely in leaf season now in Vancouver. So the guy is right outside my window. So if I sound like I'm yelling, I'm trying to yell over him. It just may not be dynamic enough. It really hasn't traded very much, 393,000 shares. Yes, that's 6 times normal, but it just doesn't look like it's going to be dynamic enough. I don't think so, trade 25. I don't think there were any IPOs today. Speaking of IPOs, how's that arm? Did it hold 51? Still, I mean, Still holding stubbornly that IPO price of 51. This seems like a year ago now when ARM came out, which is only 3 weeks ago, and all the excitement. All right, we're having an IPO, and it did fantastically well the first day. And well, this is the week. Okay, well, here it is. So it did great. Even the second day did great. It did sell off, but ever since then, and those other two, Cart, and I can't even remember the other one, starts with a K, all fizzling out. Hertz. Now remember, guys, look at Hertz, all-time low. No, as you say, no end in sight. KYVO, yeah, thank you, guys. So remember, guys, October is supposedly the fourth best month regarding the overall markets. Keep that in mind. September is the worst month, and it certainly was. And that's just historical, okay? This is just historical. We're only 3 days in, Perfect Circle. Let's just see. I mean, that's it's historical. I mean, just October is the fourth best month historically. That's all. I'd be Raya glad. I'd be hard pressed to go long anything. I mean, this may. I mean, obviously, it's got some room. The next high looking left is 44.51, so that is $3 away. I would just be hard pressed going long anything with this market, which is amazing, Bob, when you think about it. Yeah, the two major crashes, 87 and 29 in the market, that's all factored in. Again, we're only talking historically. Doesn't mean it's going to happen this month in terms of being the fourth best month. Historically, that's all it is, historically. Yeah, right. Well, how about the 200-day? And that's the sitting right on the 200-day at this buy, 419.06. There it is. See that little blue line on the daily chart? LXIT. Yes. 38,000 shares. This does not trade very much. Yeah, I thought you should have meant the 200. Boy, this doesn't trade very much, does it? 45,000 yesterday, 37,000 today, 38,000, or yesterday, 38,000 today. Hmm. Well, guys, what time is it now? 2:25? Well, one last look at my homepage, guys. On my homepage link, you'll be brought here. So again, you want to take out a subscription right now, Barry 15% off the first month only. And if you do want to take on an annual subscription, I can give you a promo for 25%. You just have to let me know, okay? Just put something in the room saying, "Hey Barry, I want that 25%," and I'll give it to you, okay? They're getting started. Get started. You must do it. 10 short videos take you about 30 minutes. Trading 101 if you're new to trading. Tough time. Anybody new to trading right now is probably saying, why am I trying to do this? Trading 101, Michael Noss put that together, series of videos. You can take out, it's free. Stock of the day video, it's free. Trade of the week, free. It's going to be tough. I don't know what Steve's going to do next week. It depends what the market does. Remember, it's only Tuesday. Maybe the market has a big rally. And if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, your promotions folder. Education section is here. And again, here are my scans. You want my scans? Here they are. Okay. You can take a look at them. And as always, you want to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. Go to my homepage, use my promo code, helps the room to keep this room free. Taking out a subscription using my code. And if you've got friends or family, and they want to come into the room just to see what's going on, remember, it's a free room. Have them come in. They don't have to be subscribers, but if they're just sort of interested to see what people who, stare at the market all day long, what do they do? See, look at that SPRC. Look pretty interesting, didn't it, for a bit? Right here. Looked pretty interesting. It actually took out a price alert, but the volume just wasn't there. And look at it now. Then you get things like this communications company that has been on a run all day long, CCOI, absolutely counter to the market. Let's not forget though, it had a bunch of down days, and it's just sort of I don't know if there's any specific news on it. They had a company presentation yesterday, but that didn't help it. Let's see how XLC is doing just in general. That's a communications ETF. Yeah, so that's definitely trading on its own. Now, when XLC, let's take a look, guys. It's getting closer and closer. There's that 200-day moving average, even for XLC, and now XLK technology, the big technology ETF, getting closer and closer. When that breaks down, I don't know if you guys remember, but it seemed to take forever for technology. This was back in January to get above the 200-day, and then it just ran and ran and ran. Some pullbacks along the way. And the same with communications, XLC. In fact, I remember this. It looked like, all right, we're set to go, broke through, and then it broke down below just a little bit. But since then, I mean, communications is definitely the strongest sector. Yeah, it's pulling, it's making a few red bars, but I mean, look at this. I mean, this is the strongest sector, XLC. in my opinion, anyway. So, for fun, let's take a look at. I'm gonna go to the. I don't often do this. What time is it? 2:30. Let me just get the dock channel bar. Show more. Sector status. Yep, sea of red. So here is communications. Okay, so these are the stocks that make up. Now I want to see. I want to see if this actually. Hmm, give me a moment. Ah, there we go. Okay. So what I'm looking for, guys, might be an interesting exercise. So these are the stocks that make up. Where are you? Communications. Okay, these are the stocks that make up communications. And what I'm going to make this easy. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take this I'm going to take this out. Okay, this is the communication. So I'm going to right click and duplicate into a free floating window. So now it's out of this, so I don't have to have this up and running. Because this is the exercise, maybe. So let's take a look at the stocks that make up the communication sector. And I want to check to see what the composite rating is on any one of them. So that's what I did with T, 51. Okay, so what that means is not really that good because the composite rating is supposed to, it's a measure of how good combination of fundamentals and technicals are. So strong technicals, more than likely over the 20, 50, and 200-day moving average, maybe some others, probably, and then fundamentals. So, strong earnings, maybe a quarter by quarter earnings increase, things like that. So a high number, which would be to me 80. Well, let's see if there's anything like that. Even though communications is a strong sector, 42. So again, remember, this is the strongest sector. I don't care what's happening today. So there we go. Oh, of course, this is the buyout, ATVI. So forget about that. It's taking forever to load. Yeah, you look at this. I mean, we're not seeing anything, even though this is the strongest sector. We're not seeing anything that is a strong composite rating. You know what I'm going to do? Instead of doing that, not composite rating, okay? And I'm going to show the column. Pepe was probably going, why don't you just add the column? Now, let's do a sort on the column. I said, let's do a sort on the column. Give me a moment. It's just, come on. There we go. Okay. So there's Google, LYV. I don't know. That's Live Nation at 73. I mean, not terrible compared to, I'm not saying this looks wonderful on a daily chart, but I mean, you're looking at stocks that are right now in the strongest sector. And I mean, look at this. I mean, forget about the ATVI. That's still, maybe going to be taken over by Microsoft and Google. I mean, there's Google's. Okay, this OCEA resumed. I guess it got halted a little while ago. Yeah, it got halted and now pop up here. Be careful. I mean, 8 million in the float. Remember, this got all the way up to 466 and it just cratered. But at least you see some volume. You see, imagine if we had that volume bar in the SPRC when the SPRC popped. That would be something. So they actually had some news that came out at 2:30, announces non-dilutive amendment to existing agreement with key financing partner, etc. So no dilution, in other words, not issuing shares. Somehow they're going to get money, I guess, without issuing shares, without really diving into what it all said. So guys, I got about 20 minutes left or so. So good opportunity. If you have any questions, don't be shy. Okay, guys. In a different market, this might be a good one. It's AVGR. I mean, look at the room it's got. This is a reversal, AVGR. I mean, look at the room it's got. The next high is 651. I mean, that would be awesome. But I just am reluctant to try to. This is the daily reversal scan. On the daily reversal scan, it just triggered at 229 at 550. You sure you want to keep this room open till 4, William? Okay, guys. So this LNTH is having a run here. I mean, it had a big pop in the pre-market. Market opened and just gave it up, but it's had a nice little run. Why is it running? It's because it has a tie-in with that PNT that is being bought out. And there's a price target put on it by B. Riley of $113. It's at 74 now. Look what it's doing though, coming right into the 200-day moving average. 74.28. That blue line you see, it's coming right into the 200-day moving average. So question, is it going to pop through it or is that going to stall it and have it move back down? So So again, Lantheus jumps as partner, set of strategic collaboration agreements. So they are a partner. AI backup to VWAP. Man, haven't seen AI for a while. 2401, yeah. But so you're suggesting maybe a short on this if it doesn't take it out. I mean, there's a lot of stuff happening around 2405. Well, here's a halt, cheap one. And NLIF just got halted. Very cheap one. Surge Battery Metals Inc. It's a pink sheet stock. Okay. It probably trades on the junior TSE. This is a pink sheet. I see the F there. It's a Canadian stock. Probably trades in Canada also. Not too far from me, Coquitlam. All right, guys. Did it pop on volume? IMMX. Did it pop on some volume? What do you think? So there's the volume that came in. Now, what time is it? 2:43. It only has another minute. Actually, it's almost 2:44. So just another minute to close. I mean, it's look, it could get it going, but I don't know. I have my doubts. What you'd want to see, in my opinion, is something like a volume bar like that. Something that stands out over the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hour and a half. Now this could just romp, but I don't know. I just don't see the volume coming in. Let's see if I'm right. I don't want to be. I mean, it's not a matter of being right. It's just a matter of what I see and well, I guess my experience. So that just closed. So let's see what the next volume bar is. I mean, maybe this is a precursor to something even bigger. Maybe. The only thing I can say is that, the spread is tightening a little bit. Okay, guys, again, 2:46, so I have another 14 minutes. So again, if you have any questions, now would be a good time. Well, let me get this off. I'll just have this on my other monitor. You were talking about Novavax, okay? NVAX. Wow, no kidding. Now, to me, it is coming into a lot of resistance between this current price and 8, to me. Okay, sorry, I'm just seeing some questions from our YouTube room. The color coding. Okay, so I don't use the color coding at all. I find it very confusing. Um, you're talking about in our top list, right? So I don't even know how to describe it. Did you go to the guide? Uh, a darker shade of something. So if you see something that has like predominantly say pink shades, so a darker pink would mean something that is maybe down more, as opposed to a lighter pink and a lighter one or a lighter one. I wouldn't even, you know what? I wouldn't even concern yourself with it. We haven't talked about color coding in so long, like a long, like the company itself doesn't talk about color coding at all. I can direct you to the guide, and I know there's going to be something on the color coding there, but I wouldn't even concern myself with it. Okay, I know it's sort of I'm kind of bailing on the question, but I don't find it helpful at all. Okay, I've never really found it helpful. The color coding that you're talking about with all the sort of the gradients, right? All the gradients. I'll answer your question in a minute, Tony. So let's just see what it says in the guide. I think there's a section on it, but we just don't talk about it anymore. Please be a section. See, we don't even have a section on it anymore. I wish I would just get rid of it, to be honest. There's not even a like I know it's in here. There's not even a section on it on its own. That's how little I think we really want to talk about it. I mean, if you check the gradient, generally speaking, the darker the color within the gradient means the either if you're looking at biggest increases or biggest losers, generally speaking, the shade will get a lot darker on the way up. Okay. Okay. That's all it really means. It's just trying to show you, okay, this I'm trying to draw your attention, I suppose, to something. Yeah, again, if you had a top list of stocks that were up the most for the day, you would probably have a gradient of a very similar color, but just different shades of it. So the shade of the one that was, let's just say green, what was the predominant color. So it'd be dark green, and then it would start to fade a bit. Okay, as it starts to, if you have it sorted like that, so the ones that are up the most would be the darkest green, and then it would start to fade. I don't even pay attention to it. I know I'm trying to skirt the issue here, but I've never found it useful. Thank you, Pepe. Here we go. Here you go. So here it is in the guide. Okay, here it is in the guide. You can take a look. Yeah. So as the color gradually changes as the value ascends and descends. And it's entirely up to you to define the value. Yeah, I mean, I find it insanely confusing. So I would not rather talk about it. Sorry. Okay, do I ever find success in trading stocks with large spreads? It depends what you mean by a large spread. And it depends also. So if we're talking about some of these crazy SPACs that have moved like 5, 10, $20, sometimes I'll take a poke. IB has a way in which you can go in between the spread, and if I get a fill. So it really depends. I mean, if a stock is going to, we don't know, of course, ahead of time if the stock is going to do that, but if it's had some history behind it, you see some of these SPACs that went up to $80 and now it's sitting at 20 and it's starting to get going again. So, I will every now and then take a look at that if the spread is not great. But I'll always try to, no, I'm never gonna go in at the market. I'm not just, if it's a dollar, $2 spread, I'm not going to go in at the market. I may try to, find a price in between using, IVs in between. But most of the time, if it's got a big spread, I just shy away from it. Now, as far as the anchored VWAP is concerned, Caruso, I don't use it because I find it's mainly for for day trading. Okay, and I'm not a big day trader, so I don't know. Hopefully, you were around when Michael. I think you probably were around when Michael was in the room. Yeah, I'm not trying to be mean, Esgy. Okay, it's just that I think it's something that overcomplicates things, in my opinion. Okay. No, I know. When you say you didn't, there were a series of colors that probably a default showed up. I just think it overcomplicates things in terms of that the colors, the various shades and the gradients. So as far as the anchored VWAP is concerned, I mean, I'm the wrong person because I think hopefully you were around when Michael was there. I mean, he uses the anchored VWAP, but again, it is mainly, in my opinion, for swing trading, and I'm not a swing trader. And as far as the VWAP itself is concerned, to me, it's just another indicator. Maybe I have no stats on this. Maybe the second most popular indicator after the 200-day moving average. So for people like myself who don't really look at any indicators, very many indicators, the only two I pay attention to, yeah, the VWAP and the 200-day. So yeah, it's interesting to me. I mean, if I saw something that is getting into the VWAP, what is it going to do? Is the VWAP, if it's coming from beneath, is the VWAP going to stall it and have it, is it going to bounce down or will it take it out? We don't know. I mean, that's why, as Michael was saying, there's no, okay, if it gets through the VWAP, then it's an automatic long. If it doesn't, it's an automatic short. Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way, but it is definitely an interesting level to keep an eye on. The only thing I like to do, like on my top list, but even this is cumbersome. I can color code a column so that if a certain value, when something's happened to this, so a certain value, and I think probably in this one, understand I've kept this the same for years. So yeah, something's happening here. I don't know why it's sliding over, but I can color code the volume. Probably I had it if it's under 5 million shares, something like that on the total volume. Or no, over 1 million shares. I don't even remember. I can't even remember. It'll pop out at me. Okay. I don't know why this is doing this. But I tell you, I found that it is very confusing even to try to do something like that. I agree, JM. I mean, I did have that. Well, you can see right there. I coded this one. Probably. But it's not easy. I mean, it's not. It's certainly not. But yeah, I guess you can go to the guide and it'll show you. But I haven't changed anything regarding color coding in absolutely years. I think I spent one afternoon trying to figure it out, and through trial and error, said okay. So sorry, I could not be more helpful on the color coding. Okay, I actually don't know anybody at Trade Ideas, any of the other traders that actually talk about it or really use it. And yeah, Shady says he finds it helpful, and I'm not saying it's not helpful. If you, like, this is not an indictment of of color coding. I do find, yes, in terms of color coding, maybe a column, but having the gradient, I don't find a big a deal. I don't use too many top lists, so that's probably one reason, because the gradient's only available in the top list. Well, I don't understand the question, BHE, exactly. You can color code any column you want, so there's no sort of default short interest, or I mean, you can color. So if you wanted to, like if I were really into this, okay, and I had a column that had short interest here, and I wanted to see, and I had a column, and I wanted to see, okay, show me anything that's over 15% and put that in blue. I can do something like that. So that, yeah, that would stand out. But you could color code on any column you want. Show me the prices that are over 5, and color code them if you want. Oh, here. Okay, that's different. This is simple. This color coding is super simple. This is just, yeah. I mean, first of all, this is a multi-strategy window, so the color and so yeah, anything in light blue is a suggestion to go long, and anything in brown is a suggestion to go short. And how you do that? It's very simple in an alert window with the colors. Okay, so you have a foreground and a background. So obviously, my background, I picked this light blue, and the foreground I picked the black. That's why I chose like that. But of course, I can change that. This is simple. No, it's no indicator. It's just okay. Well, this is the so-called long strategy. Okay, moving higher. So I color coded it like that, and this is moving lower. I color coded it like that. Okay, it's not so much an indicator. It's just remember this is just telling me that this stock has just made a new high for the day, and this is telling me this made a new low for the day. And I've just I mean, you can pick any color. I just like for me, this could have been yellow, red. I didn't find that red stood out very much, so I just color coded it this way. Same thing here. I decided, okay, yellow. I could have had yellow here. I thought it might be a little overwhelming to see, but anyway, yeah, yellow for me is something that's making a new low for the day. Again, the light blue, something that's making a new high for the day. That is just, that's up to you, the color you want, whatever appeals to you. Here, green I've used, these are stocks breaking out. The light pink, stocks breaking down. What do I think of LQDA? Well, obviously some volume came in and it popped up and then it pulled right back down. That's a pretty big 648 right back down to a 630. The relative volume is just, it's only one right now. Before it was way less, but that volume right there helped to get the relative volume up. I really know, I mean, it's an awful looking daily chart. I mean, chopping up and down. I mean, I don't really think, to be honest, too much of it. I don't see any news on it today. I do see, yes, Needham has an $18 price target on it, if you want to believe them. Okay. But when I look at the daily, of course, I'm always looking left and I just see a lot of kind of very messy. Okay, guys, I think that wraps it up for me. Again, I'll stick around if there are questions, but all I'm going to do right now is I'll put the trading room link in our YouTube room. So if you do want to head over, that room will be open till 4. I won't be on the mic and you won't see a screen, but you can talk amongst yourselves if that's what you want to do. Okay, I don't see any questions in the main room. I don't see any more questions in our YouTube room. All right, guys. Well, what is tomorrow going to bring? So again, thanks for all the help. I'll open the rooms tomorrow at 9 o'clock. I'll be on the mic at 9 o'clock and sharing my screen. So have a great evening. We'll see you tomorrow. So I'm muting myself now.